Hear that, everyone? Solving his own problems. Real man.
I didn't even have to Google it. That was the most impressive part.
Look at this guy.
Let's just use common sense here. What's going on?
See? Look at this guy.
They didn't even have to Google it. I felt like that was an achieving moment for me. Nobody had to tell me what I thought was happening. And that's why Flat Earth will always be more true than the globe. Just like me trying to figure out the plumbing issue. I can go outside and see that the sun is moving above me without having to hear any stories. So...
Actually, yeah, it's really analogous because just like the Flat Earth, if you want to fix something very small with plumbing, you can do it yourself. But if you want to do anything bigger, you just run into so many problems. It's a great analogy, actually.
Well, like what?
Well, like Gummy Bear, think about this. I was talking with a coworker of mine, and he was asking me about Flat Earth. And I was like, well, the best part of Flat Earth isn't necessarily talking about Flat Earth. It's really talking about how you know things to begin with. And do you know things because you experience them? Like, when I go out and see the sun, I don't have to hear a story for me to know that the sun moves above me. But, and that's just the truth, right? I don't have to, there's no story attached to it. But for me to believe in your world, you have to tell me. I would say that the utmost truth in this scenario is that I experience the sun moving. Like,
yeah.
That's true, regardless of what else you might think might also be true. That is
that is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying you experience the sun moving, that is 100% true. Yes.
Exactly. That was my main
contention.
point.
My contention is we are humans, and the thing that sets us apart isn't that we just have senses; it's that we can interpret and use these senses to know more, to extract greater knowledge, and that's where I find the globe by using logic and extracting this greater knowledge, just not what you see straight away, but more than that.
But you can't do that without accompanying it with a nice, beautiful, analogous story. You have to have a story to believe in your worldview. I don't have to have any story.
You only need a story if you want to try and imagine it in your mind, but that's not what you don't. That's not a requirement for truth. That's just a nice little thing, like a nice little addition for understanding the truth or trying to comprehend it. That's not truth fundamentally. Like, even if truth was fundamentally unimaginable, that wouldn't make it less true. You just make it so that you can't really imagine it.
So, are you trying to tell me that you and I have separate truths, or you're more true than I am? Because I would say I'm more true than you are.
Well, that's only because we value different things.
Well, without language, I don't have to learn about logic. I don't have to learn about language for God to reveal to me a brute fact. The brute fact is, in my experience, without even logic or language, the sun moves.
Yeah.
So there's no way around that unless you go down the route of you trying to develop some sort of reasoning. And I feel like as soon as you do that, you've opened up the door to La La Land completely. You've accepted the reality that I can think about these things in such a way that it may not even represent what I see anymore.
Well, so the thing is, you see something and you stop there, and that's your truth. I see something and I want to understand what is it really, and why does it look like this to me? And I see that as a more fundamental truth. So we're just valuing different truths.
Yeah, but like I said, I think you're just going to have to admit that my truth is more direct and real than your truth.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying is you can only say that because you value that directness, the fact that you see it right away with your eyes, to be more true. I value my truth more because it's something that arises from knowledge and logic. It's not just straight up in your face. It's something we've tried, experimented with, and gotten from lots and lots of testing.
Well,
It's not just
you know
right
that
away.
when here's the dangers of logic is that when you start using logic, you can have a correct premise, but every other thing that comes afterward be a false derivation.
Yeah,
So
yeah, of course.
if I see the sun moving above me, and I say, well, the sun must be moving above me because all lights originate from the sky. And I could even say, well, this goes along with what I see at night. There they are again in the sky, in the day, in the sky. So I could start going off with something that's true and then end up in some sort of completely untrue scenario, but the logic is still sound.
Yeah, even
Well, no,
even Michio Kaku, who is I believe he's a scientist and maybe a physicist. He says that they don't even follow the scientific method.
Yeah, they
And
probably follow pure math and logic.
There's 97% or whatever of the universe that they don't even know, and that's more than they know about the ocean.
Yeah, but the thing is, with logic, at least I would say, is that if you can of course use logic incorrectly, but then you can point that out. But usually the thing with logic is you make some assumptions or like axioms, things that are base truths, and then everything else derives from that. And so the only danger in that is making a wrong axiom, making a wrong assumption from the start. The logic itself, if you use it correctly, that's not the problem. The problem would be your axioms. And of course, you can always criticize the axioms. Like, for example, in the Eratosthenes experiment, the axiom is light comes in parallel. And like,
Did you list that as an axiom?
Yes, that is an axiom of the experiment. Without that assumption or axiom, his result does not correlate to anything.
Well, even if he does that, he's got to assume light rays. So he's got to have an axiom for why he thinks lights are rays. So there's probably built into that. You can have assumptions and call them axioms, but even the axioms are still a victim of the process, right? Logic is still binding them in a way that doesn't allow you to be as free as you want to be when you think about this stuff.
But that's why I'm saying is you can't really attack the logical part because that's just an extent of the axioms. But what you should attack is the axioms. Are they truthful axioms? Are they reasonable axioms? Because if they're not, then the result is also void.
Sure. Well, then let's go right down. What is life?
What's the axiom that you would propose for people standing upside down on a ball and mass attracting mass?
So that the axiom for people standing upside down is the axiom that down isn't necessarily a universal direction. And there you go. Now it's possible for people to stand upside down.
So you're not in real world anymore. You're in.
Has there ever been
when you say I'm not in real world anymore, you've applied the axiom of down is a universal direction, which you'd have to show. I don't see that as an axiom.
Well, it's axiomatically true that the sky is above us.
Above
this is
us.
again another flat Earth win, because if you want to go down that route, flat Earth is still going to be more directly real, because down is where our feet are, and up is where the sky is.
But if down is where our feet are, then what happens when you're standing on your hands? Does that make the
let me
down?
clarify. Up is where the sky is. That's an axiomatic truth in flat Earth, but not for you.
And how do you know that the sky is in a universal direction? Because
it's always above us.
But now you're defining up as where the sky is, and the sky is where up is. So you're gone circular logic already.
Well, no, that's axiomatic.
No, but what I'm saying is your axiom uses circular logic. That means it's not very good. It's not a very good axiom because it doesn't seem to hold true.
Necessarily. But the word sky comes from the word clouds. So wherever the clouds are, where up is. My goodness.
But now you just added another circle, like part of the circle. It's still circular logic.
It's called language. It's called sky, up, weather, atmosphere, all that stuff. Where it's at, you're standing in it, by the way, too. You're breathing it.
Uh-oh.
But it's not really atmosphere either. It's called gases.
Yeah, Gummy Bear, how did you determine that the sky isn't above us?
Yeah.
No, the sky is above us. I'm just saying above isn't a universal direction.
Oh, goodness gracious. You're doing that.
Who taught you that?
Yes, I'm applying correct logic to the situation. And if you wanna just use feelings of who taught you that, that's not true, then fine. But I'm trying to have a logical conversation. To me,
Well,
it does
I'm
not
just
make
trying-
sense to say up is a universal direction.
Okay. There's only one direction that's true north, okay, at the end of the day, and every other direction goes off of north, okay?
Yeah,
But when you're talking
I've
about up and down, it's quite easy to tell from those directions.
tried to consider what you're saying, but I just can't imagine clouds being underneath my feet.
Yeah, but you not being able to imagine it is not a necessity for truth.
Because I've never seen clouds under my feet.
Yeah, but that's not a necessity for truth. Just because someone can't imagine it does not make it not true.
Well, being able to imagine
Truth
it
is
doesn't
truth.
make it real either.
Yeah, you're
That's
always
true as well,
appealing
of
to-
course.
But hold on, Gummy. Do you see what's happening? When I see the sun moving, that's a truth for me. When I see the sky above me, that's a truth for me. The only way
Yes.
you can slip in your worldview is if you have to tell me the opposite. Oh, the sky is actually below you. The sun isn't moving. We're moving. You have to tell us a story every single time, and you're gonna have to keep doing it for everything in your worldview, not an
Well, no, it's more of okay. I see the sun moving above me, and then after after testing and using measurements and observations, I determine that to me, from my position, the sky is moving, but in reality, we're the ones moving, not the sky.
How did you determine that?
Through testing.
What test?
We
led
can
you
get
to
we
think
can
that-
get into the testing part, but this is I'm more talking about the logical arguments of it.
Well, do I have to run a test to see the sun moving?
No, I'm not debating whether from our position the sun is appearing to move. 100% I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that the fundamental truth, or does it just appear to be moving to us, but there is something else going on? I'm trying to figure out, is there something more fundamental than what we see?
That's
And
the
to
most
me, there
fundamental
is a
thing you can
yes
say about
answer.
it. Well, like I said before, the most fundamental truth in that situation is what we observe, the phenomena being observed.
And I don't agree that our vision is where fundamental begins. I believe that we see the effect of the fundamental things, and in order to reach the fundamentals, we need to experiment and test. We can't just
Okay.
look, because our look is, like I said, the effect of the fundamental. It's not the fundamental
Yeah.
itself.
So, Gummy Bear, to you, what would be the number one biggest, if you had to choose something, what would be the number one thing that you could rely on that would confirm we're standing on a ball? Just one, not 10, just one.
I mean, it is always a combination of things, but one of the biggest,
Just one.
the one biggest thing that like really does confirm it to me, and I know you guys like don't agree, but is celestial navigation.
Dude, that's probably the best bit of evidence to prove we live on a flat Earth.
And I fundamentally
It's
disagree
funny
on
that
that.
you mentioned that one, because a lot of globers like to try to leverage that as the winning argument for the globe. But I think you have it twisted 180 degrees. It's the worst
Because
argument.
it's so, because what he's relying on is so intangible.
Well, what he's relying on is the very thing that he can't run tests on.
Exactly.
He's trying to make a philosophical statement of, here's my story and here's why I think you should believe me. In a world where the sky is above us and it moves above us, all you have is a fantasy story world. And guess what? That's fine if you believe it, but that's philosophy, bro. That's religion.
And it's fine if you want to call it a fairy tale world to you, but to me, it's the fundamental truth. Because it both explains.
You couldn't establish
Go ahead.
in where you see the sky or how you know the sky is below us.
What do you mean we can't? What we're establishing is that there's no universal down or up, and so saying that the sky is below us is completely fine because we don't have a universal down. It's only down from our current relative position. It's not down in like in because there's no such down in objective reality.
Okay, so you're saying it's not technically down because relativity. And you're saying
No, not
it's not
relativity,
even relative
but
anywhere because there is no objective anywhere. Do you see how quickly you've
no. What I'm saying,
driven this into a position
what
of very unfortunate
what I'm
consequences?
saying is what we experience as up and down is subjective fundamentally. And so when we say up and down, whatever we think about is our subjective idea of it. And
why isn't it an objective fact for all humans that down?
Because anything that a person experience, that only we like everything that us people have to go through our senses to experience becomes subjective. And since we rely on our senses to tell up from down and all of these things, it is by necessity subjective. Sometimes the subjective is like equal to the objective, but not always, which is why we have to be careful about when we see something. We can't necessarily say that that is the objective truth. It might just be subjective truth.
So what's true for you is not true for me. Is what you're saying.
When not quite. What I'm saying is
Is there relative truths?
Yes, there are such things as relative truth.
So in your model, because I know you believe that, because that's what Einstein's relativity philosophy implies, right? You believe in everything is relative to something else. I think that there are objective facts that are brute facts that all of us can relate to, and it is the objective relative, like absolute. It's the absolute. And that's reality. Reality is absolutely objectively true.
Yeah. I'm not saying that there are no objective truths. I'm just saying that, for example, up and down, which we experience subjectively through our senses, is subjective because of that fundamental reason that we have to experience them through our senses.
Very strange. Very strange.
And like another thing, for example, is like saying the sky is blue is also subjective because of the fact that you can define the word blue in any way you want. But saying the sky emits light at a wavelength of primarily 434 nanometers, that's an objective truth. That's not something that depends on like anything. That's just what is. Of course, in a way you can say it depends on the numbering system and all of this, but there is translations between every number system. So
why would I have to use numbers at all to say the sky is blue? Like, okay, think about this. Think about this, Gummy. I think, and this is just my belief, right? It's a pure belief. I think God created a world that He wants us to experience it and know it to be true. Your world is telling you don't trust your senses. You know, reality might be lying to you. You know, if you just think about this, then you'll know. Well, it's like, why would I live in a world, even if evolution were true, I would be perfectly adapted to trust my senses in a way that I can look at the horizon and see that looks flat. I can look at the sky and also say, you know, it moves. These are all of the ways I think God intended us to experience it. And even in evolution, we evolved to know these things because it's useful to experience them these ways.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm not disagreeing that this is how we see the world. This is like all of these things. I say that yes, this is what we see, but there are more fundamental truths behind what we see.
Well, they're not more fundamental. Okay, so by proxy, they wouldn't be more fundamental. They would be an afterthought. They would be an after. Like the most fundamental would be the phenomena observed.
Well,
And
okay,
everything
so
else would be less fundamental. They'd be more.
that's because
complex.
you're basing your fundamental of what you see. So the most fundamental is straight up what you see. Everything that leads up to that is an afterthought. But to me, I see it as a ground-based up system. Is I see the result, and the fundamental is what leads to that result. That's why I'm saying that we have two different kind of ways of saying what's fundamental. We have different values. We're not really saying super opposite things. We're just valuing fundamental things at different levels. We're valuing different things as being fundamental.
We have different philosophy.
Exactly, yeah.
So
I'm not saying that you're
then,
wrong and I'm right.
yeah,
I'm just
that's
saying because we have different philosophies, my truth or my fundamental is different than your fundamental.
Right, but this is, I think, because I agree, we definitely have different philosophies. There's not really any science you could do to prove either way. So all you have is your philosophy, and all I have is mine. But as you had to concede, mine is much more based in reality and empirical truth because I directly observe it to be the case. Yours rests on a premise of there's an accompanying story that goes along with it, and you no longer are experiencing it, but you're thinking about it and using a logic. And then I think off you are into Narnia at that point. So
yeah, and I can understand why you think that, or why you why that's your opinion. But to me, it isn't like that. It's more the truth. Sure, the truth of what we experience is what you're talking about, but the truth of why we experience what we experience is something different, and that's what I want to find out. And that's what I call fundamental, and that's
why
where our
wouldn't you call
disconnect
this?
happens.
You have a cosmological belief about something. Why wouldn't you classify that as a religion? Like, you very clearly are in a religion, and I know that word has a little bit of a like.
No, that's fine.
There's a tinge to it or whatever, but that's still the truth. You guys have a religion, and that's fine. But you can't say flat Earth is a religion. You'd have to say flat Earth is a direct, realist, empirical fact of reality. Yours is a belief system. Mine isn't. It's a big difference.
Well, I would say that they're both on the same level because in a sense you're saying this is what we see, we stop there. I'm saying this is what we see, let's investigate further. And both are in a sense like opinions or like belief systems of let's try and look deeper, or this is fundamental because this is what we see. And so neither
we acknowledge some things we can't know. And that's as far as it's going to go. We can't test the sun.
Well, hold on.
you can test how you see the sun, and that's
see it. That's it.
Yeah, but if what you're saying is the sun is up, then let's test what happens. What do we see when we move to like different directions? What happens to the size of it? Like what happens to our perception when we do things in real life? And that's what I want to find out. And because I believe that's what leads to the truths. Because I don't want to stop at this is what we see. I want to stop at this is what we see because of this, this, and this.
Okay, well, let's keep on going then. What do you propose should be done as far as the nature of the sun? Like, forget everything. Let's start from my position, my philosophical approach. So you're saying we test the sun, we test some stuff.
Well,
where we go?
I wouldn't say we test the sun. I'd say we test like our experience of the sun.
So it's a social science. Like you're testing how you can think about it.
We're testing our subjective experience of the sun.
Oh, wow.
Since we can't be on the sun and test it, like touching it, we have to test by looking at it.
Wait, and I'm doing it every day, so are you. We're observing it. That's not a test, so honey, you're observing something. How can I test it now? I'm looking at it.
I'm not saying just looking at it. I'm saying different things can be done. one
Okay,
thing is
so let's-
Like
moving.
how?
Okay. So
right. So
just-
let's. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just a couple things we can do. One would be moving to different locations and looking at it. Another is looking at it at different times of the year. And when I
I
say
do.
looking at it, I mean things like measure its angular size, especially using solar filters to eliminate glare. Another thing is test the light that comes off from it, because I believe spectroscopy is a very good thing. Test the light that comes off from it and see what kind of attributes that has. Test the shadows that the lights cast, so you'd see the directionality of it. Like, these are the kind of things I'm saying when I say test. I don't mean just looking at it. I mean testing different aspects of it.
Yeah, like sticks and shadows and stuff, and observing what happens when you use the sunlight or whatever.
Yeah.
So what's the issue? We need something to investigate.
But
Yeah.
also experiments like that have been done. Or if you want to call them experiments, test. They have been done. But many,
Yeah.
many people, even in our past, you can do them too. I went out there, 2 years ago, and was doing sticks and shadows with a whole group of people at 24. And speculation happens all the time. But people like yourself just need to do it.
I have.
Absolutely. And what was really cool through a part of that, we had a whole group going together, and we actually started thinking there's more than one sun, because we were speculating how things could be in different spots all over the world at the same time around the same. Wait a minute, I saw something over here, and you do too, and you do too. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Yeah, we were doing all that. That is happening, but people have to be part of it and want to be part of it. We didn't hardly have anybody wanting to join, and we finally went from like 3 to I think 6 or 7, and then we all kind of quit because it became too much. And then, no offense, the big C got everybody going crazy. You know what I mean? So we got away from it. But that does happen. Even in this community, it does. Elijah was one of them. Me breaking down the walls. Quite a few of us.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have done a lot of things like that in real life. For example, I've used shadows to measure the height of a building. I've used spectroscopy to see the absorption and emission lines. Like, I have done these things in real life, which is why I believe in them. I'm not just blindly believing in them because someone told me this. I've seen a lot of these
Okay.
things firsthand.
But what is my point is this: what are we trying to prove here? You're doing a test for yourself to prove what? That you see things happening in the sky that has nothing to do with what you're standing on? Because there's tests all the time that I can do, but it doesn't actually prove anything to me. Maybe philosophically or in your heart and soul, what you're thinking, or you want to believe a little bit better, more of the evidence you think, but it's not proof of anything of like curvature or rotation or any of that. That sky isn't enough for you, hon. So I'm wondering, what is the argument? What are you trying to find and search for right now? Because I've done these tests too. I get it.
Like I said, is that what I'm trying to find is the fundamental truth. And to me, that is figuring out, why do we see what we see? And in order to figure out why do we see what we see, we need to figure out how does what we see change when our situation changes? Like, how does it change by time of year? How does what we see change by where we are, and all of these things? And that's why we do these experiments, because we're trying to find out what is it that leads to what we see. Because what we see is an effect of some sort of underlying phenomena or like attribute, and that's what I want to find out.
Yeah, you can test it in some ways, but doing it correctly to find out that valid scientific experiment answer, no, you can't test this guy like that. Yeah, you can't do that. I could try to give a conclusion in a way, but it's not a conclusion at the end of the day. So we're just still, again, testing things. There's a difference between a test to me and an experiment. I can experiment with that sky.
Well, Gummy Bear, I think that what you would call tests aren't really tests, because when you use logic to try to determine things, you're also simultaneously restraining yourself, because you're working. Logic is an isolated system. If this is true, then this can also come afterwards. But you're saying if that sun is really there, But like, you could also realize that the sun isn't really where you see the sun. The sun is maybe being reflected at an angle to you.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways you could
But-
think about these
But
things.
that's the thing, is that's the fundamental truth I want to find out. Is where we see the sun actually not where it is actually being a little bit distorted. Because to me, that would be more fundamental.
But your sticks and shadows scenario, as you guys like to always claim as a huge proof, it's still based on the assumption that the sun is actually where you see it.
Yeah.
And the shadows are coming from an objective place, whereas it could just be the sun is a deflected angle of light.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying that when it comes to things like Eratosthenes, that's what you should challenge, the axioms, the assumptions that lead to the conclusion.
Exactly. Well, that's
And-
what I do with these guys.
Yeah.
Because
But then
logic in and of itself is now built into it is kind of restraining and can lead you to, complete gibberish a lot of times.
Yeah. But my thing to that would then be is, say the sun isn't actually where we see it, how would that change the result? How would changing that assumption change the conclusion? And the answer is it wouldn't change it that much.
Well, it would, and that's how they developed Snell's law. They said, oh man, if I shine light through a prism, I get refraction, and then I get a scattering wavelength of light. So I get all the rainbow. This must be because light is changing medium. Now, if the sun is outside of our atmosphere, when it enters our atmosphere, it has to deflect at an angle to the observer. So we may never actually be seeing the real sun, just a deflected angle due to refraction.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, how far off the real location is it? And even if like we have the and how much does that change the conclusion? Like if it's, let's say, 2 degrees to the southeast instead, how does that change what we experience, our test? Like how does that change the conclusion of our test? And my answer to that is it doesn't really change the conclusion.
Have you ever seen, Gummy Bear, those videos where there's a hot spot underneath the sun at high altitude over the clouds?
Yeah.
Those are good. What do you think that shows you?
I think that just shows, what's it called? There's a word for
Reflection off a satellite.
it. No.
It's called gravitational refraction, right? How come you never hear Globers ever use that gravitational refraction? They never use
Well, we do when we talk about black holes. That is gravitational refraction, although we call it just like bending light.
Of course you do. Now, what do you think about the Carlos's example of the sunspot thing? That's a tough
Like
one.
it doesn't make it seem like it, like, what do I even call it? Like it seems more like an optical thing rather than a hot spot, as in it's actually heating that spot the same way like a flashlight would.
Well,
So like,
what test would you do to determine what that hotspot is? Because to me, that's just as much of an anomaly worth testing as sticks and shadows, right?
yeah, well,
Why
so
do
the
we
way
see
I'd
hotspots, and why does your hotspot? We could have, if you and I were on the beach 20 feet apart from each other, we'd see the hotspot at different places over the water, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is if the hotspot changes location based on where we look at it from, then that tells me that it's optical, not real. It's not an actual location. It's just an optical thing. It
Why can't
looks
we
like
say that
it.
about the shadows then? The shadows aren't actually telling us what. See, you're even shooting yourself in the
Well, because
foot now.
the shadows don't change in that aspect. They don't change from where we look at them from. Do you know what I mean? Like when we put a stick on the ground and we put a measuring rod on the ground to measure the length of the shadow, it doesn't change where we're standing to look at that measurement. The measurement is the measurement.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I think Carlos had another point. He's probably talking about the distance or something.
And when it comes to the hotspots, I'd say that because, like, say there's two things. So one is if we look at it from different direction, it changes position. That kind of tells us it's optical. And the other is if we look at it and it seems to be a hotspot at one point, and then we go there and we measure the temperature and see that there's not really any difference from there to other places, that also kind of tells you that it's not actually a hotspot. It's not being heated extra. Looked like it was.
You are right, Gummy Bear. It is just an optical illusion. It is just from your perspective. But if the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't have such a small focus on that spot. It would just, you wouldn't get one at all.
Well, as far as I don't know a lot about them, but as far as I think, I think it has to do with some sort of angle of reflection. But I don't know enough about them to say that that is true. That's just my initial thought is that happens because of a shallow angle of reflection or something like that. And the reason why it only happens in a small location is because, of course, the angle will change when you look away from it, and it's only at a specific angle where you see this.
You know, it's too bad they didn't have a solar filter when they saw that hot spot, because you'd see the hot spot and then the sun through the solar filter. Now,
Yeah.
Imagine if you saw that. Then what would you do? Would you just shit your pants or what? I mean, imagine if the sun through a solar filter was right there over that hot spot.
But the thing is with that hotspot, the fact is that you can actually see the clouds being illuminated, being interacted with, and if it wasn't a hotspot, you would not see that.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean you would not see that?
You wouldn't see the clouds being illuminated. You would not get what you're seeing, the clouds actually being illuminated. Not talking about the temperature, just the light itself. It just wouldn't be possible if the sun is 93 million miles away, and you look at the distance and the scale. It's not possible to have such a small hotspot.
Well, that's what I'm saying is the reason why it's possible is because it's not reliant on the distance. It's reliant on the angle.
The angle, have you ever actually seen the scale of the sun and the earth, how far that is and how small the earth is? How could you possibly get a tiny little hotspot in the clouds with that scale?
It only looks like it from your angle of view. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was a true hotspot, as in it doesn't change from where your angle of view is, then I'd be compelled to agree with you. But because of the fact that it changes based on your angle of view, I kind of just have to chalk it up to it's an optical phenomena, and it might happen because of the angle of view, not the distance to the sun.
What I see that is that the rays of the sun itself would change their angle of view if you moved, just like a rainbow. But the fact is that it's illuminating one particular part of the clouds. That's the problem.
Gummy Bear, couldn't what you just said be used to explain why the quote-unquote rays of the sun, the rays of the shadow measurements of the Eratosthenes thing, why they don't converge to a single point on the flat Earth is because the sun is just an optical thing.
Well, then I'd ask, because the thing would be is if Earth is flat, and then it would just be an angle thing, then why wouldn't the I feel like the convergence point of those lines would end up being a very predictable nature. and yet they aren't.
I've got a perfect analogy for you, Gummy Bear. A very narrow beam of light. Even you could use a laser. So if you stood and you pointed a laser at the ground and you focused it on one particular spot, no matter where you move, that laser will always remain on that same spot. But the beam of the laser would change as you move. Right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that hot spot doesn't move, but the rays of the light from the sun would move. If there was no hot spot, that's the problem, that there's a hot spot. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'd say that that's not analogous, because it's not that we're moving with the laser and the hotspot is unchanging. It's the opposite way around. We're moving and the hotspot is changing. You know what I mean there?
Yeah, but you could concentrate the laser on one point and you could stay in the same spot. You could move the laser beam, but make sure you're still pointing it on exactly that same spot.
Yeah. And I mean, I agree with that. I just don't think it's analogous because of the fact that the hotspot appears to move when we move.
The hotspot doesn't move. Just the beam of light moves, and your perspective from either way, whether you're moving or the beam is moving, is still concentrated on that one spot. And when you look at the scale in the heliocentric model with the sun and the earth, you can see there's not possible that there would be a small hotspot. It would just be direct, straight lines of light, just absolutely showering the entire earth.
You appear to be saying that hotspots don't move based on where we stand, and I fundamentally disagree on that. And I don't know if other people agree as well.
The proof that the hotspot doesn't move is because the one area of clouds are illuminated and the clouds around it are not illuminated. That proves that the hotspot isn't moving. Because if you move, that means the hotspot would start illuminating another part of the clouds. But if you imagine someone else moved and you didn't, are you seeing the clouds illuminated in one spot and they're seeing the clouds illuminated 50 meters away or 100 meters or 500 miles away at the same time? If that's the case,
Yes.
I should be able to see their clouds illuminated as well, because they're either illuminated or they're not.
And I'm saying that's not true. It has to do with what it looks like to you and the angle of view. It's not like that. And I'm not sure if there's other flat earthers in here that agree with you, but it seemed like
it's not like the
weren't
rainbow.
agreeing.
Yeah, but it's not like the rainbow moving or you moving. It's an actual physical hotspot of light in the clouds. And if the second person, from my perspective, walked away and they went a certain distance that the hotspot should change position, then they would get illuminated clouds in a different position. If that's the case, I should be able to see their illuminated hotspot as well. Do you get it?
And yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I fundamentally disagree on is that I believe it is like rainbows, where it depends on your position. It's not that it is there physically; it's only there optically.
Yeah, but
and that's why I'm saying.
But the rainbow is different because it's not creating a hot spot. It's just the beam of light that you're seeing. When we're seeing the hot spot from the sun, it's evidence that it has to be local. It cannot be 93 million miles away.
That's what I'm trying to get someone else to come in here, because it seemed like we agreed that it's an optical thing, not a.
You could be right. You could be right if the sun is way, way bigger than they say, and it's still 93 million miles away. But that would. I mean, that's not the case, is it? You're not saying it's more.
You're still sticking on the fact that it's not optical, and that's the problem. We fundamentally disagree on whether it's optical. It's a physical thing actually happening.
I agree that the beam of light is optical, but I believe that if you had a second or third person's perspective, if they see the hotspot on a different area of the clouds, isn't that logical that I should see their hotspot as well, because it's actually physically illuminating that point, that that actual spot? Do you get it?
No, because you
Anyone?
only see the light that bounces off it and hits your eye. You don't see the thing like directly. And that's why it'll look differently from different locations, because there's different angles of reflection getting different amounts of light.
If I was shining a torch on the side of a building at a particular spot, and if someone else moved 500 meters up the road, do you think they're going to see that beam of light that's hitting the building on a different spot of that building, or will it be in the same spot?
Same spot.
Same spot
Then-
with that, but
I think
my
point.
the thing I would compare it to instead would be you're looking at a huge mirror, and then if you shine a light on there, and then you ask a person to move around the mirror and say if it looks like the light is stationary, and the answer is no, it appears to be moving when you move, because it's not physically a spot being illuminated, it's a reflection of light.
Yeah, but if you look into the mirror and you see what you see, normally when you wake up in the morning and you brush your teeth and shave, room, for example, it went through the mirror, bounced off onto your wall, onto a picture, onto someone's face on your picture, and no matter where you move, the light, the beam of light, which is static, is still on that picture. It means that your mirror theory doesn't hold water.
I am sorry, I didn't quite follow what you were saying there. Like with the picture on the wall with the bounce, I didn't quite follow.
It was I was trying to explain how your mirror sky wouldn't work, because first of all you have to prove that it's a mirror effect, and I've never heard anyone say that before from a baller.
Well, I'd say that because of the fact that it changes position when we move, but clearly we fundamentally disagree there. Is there anyone else who's listening who can put their input? Do sunspots move when you move, or are they fixed in space whether you move or not?
I agree, and this is why the lines don't converge on a flat Earth for the Eratosthenes thing.
Yeah.
The sun's
As in which part do you agree on?
that the sun is only optical. It's not the sun.
Yeah. Gummy, if you're interested, I posted a J. Tolan Media video in the chat, text chat 1. If you started at the beginning, not even like 20 seconds into it, he's in a desert with some sort of optic, and he looks at the angle of light that's illuminating the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sees the position of the sun at the horizon, and the angles don't match up. But if you understand refraction, and he kind of explains it just by using the moon in the position of the sun cannot be actually where we see it. So it's another interesting facet. But it also debunks the claim that globers also make that the angular size of the sun does not change. That's like debunked.
And I'm not quite sure how you're saying that the angular size of the sun changes in this video. What do you mean by that? That this video shows that the angular size changes?
Well, he examines the sun, and he determines that it becomes the sun elliptical shape. or like an ellipsoid shape. Its actual location. So when you see the sun going down, using the moon and the angles from which the moon is lit, the sun cannot be at the horizon going down below it. It has to be farther up in the sky, and that's due to refraction.
Yeah,
So
and I agree
the
on
same
that.
effect that is causing the sun to look like an ellipsoid shape and the horizon, where the sun is at the horizon, this is proof that we don't see the sun going down because of Earth curvature.
I don't agree on that. What that's saying is that refraction definitely plays a part in why it goes down the horizon, but it doesn't say that it is necessarily the only reason. It is still very possible that curvature is a part of it, because this observation doesn't say anything about if it's the only reason or part of the reason.
If we use the angles of the illuminated part of the moon, and if we say that the moon is lit by the sun, the position of the sun must it has to, they have to be working together. You can't have the sun being illuminated or the moon being illuminated at one angle and the sun at a completely different angle.
Yeah, and that's because my understanding of horizon refraction is horizon refraction splits the image horizontally, not vertically. Those are different terms that you would use. Not if you want to get a vertical type of effect, for example, mirage, but refraction happens horizontally, which would bring the sun down from the focal point. It would bring the sun, it would stretch it out. It doesn't mean it's going behind a curve.
Yeah, in fact, the little understanding we have about light would suggest the very opposite. And kind of what we were saying already, that the sun isn't actually where we think it is most of the time, especially when it comes down near the horizon. Like, if you're going to say light bends and does all this crazy stuff, you're going to have to say it exactly at the place where you think there's Earth curve. So that's a little odd for you. The very place where most of light seems to be refracted is the place where you're saying Earth curve is.
Well, we're saying Earth curve is everywhere, but because of the angle, that's where you perceive it the most. That's at least what I would say. But
well, don't you think it's a little bit strange for your side to say that, where we see Earth curve is the place where most refraction is going to take place? Like,
yeah, I definitely get that. That will make it more, what's the word? Incredulous. I'm not sure if that's the word I'm looking for, but like, even though that's true, I can't say that means it's not a fact. I'd still have to test it to see if that is the reason.
Then that's, you're off again into, this can't be reality, even though we attach some caveats like refraction. That isn't, a directly, well, I don't know if it's directly, I don't know what you want to say, but like, we know that refraction would say that the sun cannot be where we see it at the horizon. We know that because we've tested light in certain ways and aspects. You're willing to throw all that out for Earth curvature.
Well, I'm saying, just quickly, what I'm saying isn't that it's not refraction. What I'm saying is, yes, refraction is definitely a part of it, but my question is it the only part? And as far as I'm aware, testing shows it's not the only explanation. There has to be more to it, which is Earth curve. It cannot be totally.
Okay.
I don't want to take rail off topic or
go
anything, but I think it does have a lot to do with optics as well. If you can think of all of the images that you've ever seen of the Earth from space, for example, from ISS or whatever, what are the things that you can see? I'll list them. I can list them on one hand. You can see clouds, you can see ocean, and you can see land masses. And quite possibly, you could probably see a volcano eruption. Okay, besides these 4 things, or a fireworks display, maybe 5 things. Besides that, is there any living thing, or man-made object, for example, a building, that you could see on 2 different continents? Because you're high up enough when you get into space, past the ISS, to be able to see and zoom in on a high-powered camera and zoom in and see any living thing or man-made object, but you only ever see 4 things which is listed. Now, is that optics, or is that just not possible for some particular reason? Why can't we
No, I
zoom in
think
at 2
yeah,
continents, things which are facing the center of this ball Earth?
yeah, I definitely think that's an optics thing. Because of the fact that if we go to such a distance where we can see the land masses, then we need such a huge resolution to see the small things happening that we just don't have that technology yet. We don't have that kind of resolution over that huge distance. So I'd say that's an optics thing. And if we got incredible cameras and sent them up, one day we could see that, is what I believe.
Well, apparently we can view many things through optics that is a very, very long way away. So I don't know why that would limit your ability.
Well, yeah, we see them, but do we resolve them? Do we get a resolution where we can resolve them? And like, what do you when you say we see lots of things far away? What are you talking about? Because I would say that the only things we see far away are big things, and we don't really get a lot of resolution on them. We just see that they're there, kind of. We only see the bigger picture. We don't see like a huge resolution, huge contrast on the surface of whatever we're looking at.
Sorry, I missed what you just said. My wife just gave me some
Oh, it's okay.
high pressure cooker ribs.
Oh, that's nice. I'm currently cooking some pulled pork in my pressure cooker, so gonna have that later today.
The Italian duo, the DUO, that one with the
No,
oh,
no.
black handle. That's a good one, man.
Mm.
I had a Japanese exchange student, and she brought it over. She bought it from Italy, and she left it behind for me to keep. And
Nice.
15 minutes, and you can have 3 pound of beautiful ribs just ready to go.
That's nice, yeah.
You marinate them after that in a wok, and then you stir fry them a bit, and then you can just put them on the barbecue to finish them off.
Yeah. I live in an apartment, so I can't really do a barbecue. It's a bit sad. I mean, I could kind of, but it just wouldn't be very useful. I'd have to do it in the
Yeah.
yard and wouldn't really have anywhere to store it. Yeah.
I was looking after an exchange student from from China, and they stayed in a apartment hotel. It was actually a hotel, but they were renting out some rooms, so they stayed in there. And they bought one of those mini, like kebab stick grills, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were clever enough not to use the charcoal one. They had an electric one.
Yeah.
But the meat caught on fire because they were watching the 9/11 towers get hit by airplanes. They turned around after half an hour of just their mind getting melted by what had happened, and their frickin' kitchen was on fire, nearly burnt down the whole hotel.
Yeah. I actually wonder how many like accidents and fires happened because of like when the horrible news happened, because that must have been like a spike in accidents for like those hours, just because of people
Well,
getting distracted.
my
at least.
eyeballs were sore when it happened. I watched it live when I was in China, and I was staying in a hotel as well, and in a student hotel, and I couldn't get my eyes off the TV. I just like glued to the box. It was such an such a big red flag in my mind. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I was only 3 years old when it happened, so I wasn't old enough to. And also, I'm in Europe, so I didn't have as much of a impact. Still had an impact, of course, but
Yeah, I mean, I've never lived in a war zone, and I've never even been to a country where they were at war on the same soil. But I tell you what, I imagine that's as close as I could get to being in a war zone in my mind. That feeling of like, what the hell, what the W2F, what the F, because that's as close as I could. I'd hate to be in a war zone if it's anything like that, and as far away from what you'd expect to feel in a war zone, I'm sure. But it was pretty. It shook me up, man. And I'm sure it did to you and everybody else in the world that was a television.
yeah.
That was just the major paradigm shift on this realm where we live. It was such a big shock, and everyone went into a frenzy, and they started making new laws and new restrictions, and then it just
and the
kaleidoscope of things happening ever since.
And then the what's it called? Is it the FDA? No, the flight security things that they created in America.
Yeah, the terrorism, reason they were using allowed them to just become so controllable, so in control. It was just a massive power grab.
That's why I can understand like the conspiracy theories of like it was an inside job and all of this, because of the fact that it was used for a lot of a lot of power reasons and a lot of that kind of things. Of course, I don't believe that it was in an inside job, but that fact gives at least some credence to the conspiracy, is what I'd say.
It seems like most people that believe in the heliocentric model and have come to the level of knowledge as anyone that would dare to debate a flat earther, I'd say that there's something in common there, isn't it?
Man, Carlos, I don't know if you heard earlier, but the flat earthers in here absolutely thrashed the Globers about 9/11. They were really, well, I mean, there's no doubt that that instance was suspicious, right? But there's more
No, I
reason
mean,
to
what
think
was just quickly, I was just saying that most people that are ballers don't seem to be skeptical or don't seem to be conspiracy minded at all.
Exactly.
It seems as though that this ball idea has got them thinking that everything that they get told must be whatever it is that they've been told.
They're not really critical at all.
No, there's something missing in the brain of, common sense.
Well, they like to say that it's good to test and it's good to experiment, it's good to think about stuff. But when you think about it, they're not really suspicious enough to really know how to think like that. Because true science and true skepticism, that's all going to come from doubting what you've been told. Like, question everything.
And it's not Yeah, the thing is, it's not doubting in a negative way. It's not
No,
something
it's
that
like
you should feel.
yeah, it's a
Oh,
productive way.
yeah, it's not bringing your thoughts to a level which would be detrimental to your thinking. It's just really a paradigm that you've adopted, and you know it's hard to get out of that paradigm. There's many different people, people in the Muslim world or whatever, and they grow up and they get, told how it is and everything, and then it's impossible. They can't change because it's just 100% of their DNA, who they are. It's built into them, and that would be similar for people that have looked into the heliocentric model and actually understand what they've been told. Because most people on this planet think that it is a ball, and but they don't know the details, and that's kind of sad that there's this. That's because if they knew all the details, then they could start to question it. But most of the people on this place aren't even in the frame of mind to even start questioning it, because they don't even really understand their own model, and for whatever reason, whether or not they just don't want to, who knows, but that's just how it
That's
is.
a good point. That's what I was. I don't know if you know who R.C. Meisty is, but he's an educator in the school system here in America. And I was talking with him one night, and I was like, having you like you're in this community, right? You know who flat earthers represent themselves as. Don't you see the benefit of flat Earth for and what it represents just based on it being the modality of how to think about things? Like, who cares if the Earth is really flat or not? What's important about flat Earth, as I think about it, is how you know what is truth, how you know what you know. How can you even determine what you know?
Yeah.
Flat Earth
I mean,
teaches you how to doubt and start at zero. It teaches you what can I say is something that I know versus it's starting over again. It's like
yeah.
pure science.
But I'd say so. I agree that there's a lot of like the majority of people are globers, but they don't really know much or even anything about anything when it comes to the globe. But then of course I also agree that skeptical thinking is a useful thing. It should always be applied, but I think there should be a limit to it, and the fact that ordinary people shouldn't have to look into it. They should be able to trust that the scientific community has their better interest in mind, and they know what they're talking about. Because if everyone has to look into everything on their own, then it's so much wasted time.
Well, that's why
So
I think it's good not to I don't think there's any use in going around preaching flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's flat Earth is waiting for people who want to know things. Every flat earther is a skeptical person. That's just what the position entails, that you're a skeptical person. When you're a skeptical person, you're now activating your brain to think. You're thinking about all these things. So there's nothing you could really criticize about flat Earth in that respect. But most people never
that's the
question
good
things,
thing.
and
The
they'll
good
never
thing,
get to know how important flat Earth is.
yeah. Well, the good part of it is the skeptical thinking, but I think there are some negatives of it, which is how much distrust it causes. And of course, some of the distrust is warranted, but I don't feel like all of it is.
Well, every single person I've ever encountered in this community has said that flat Earth is a good thing. Whether they're a glober or not, they all say, I learned something just by talking about it with you guys. That's a
yeah,
win for
and
flat Earth. That's still a
also,
win for us.
also, I think that oh, fucking just lost my train of thought. What I was going to say. What were you just talking about?
Flat Earth
Flat
being
Earth.
good in some aspects, and skeptical thinking being a good thing.
Mm.
And
Okay,
It'll
what?
come.
There's not really any downsides to flat Earth. I can't think of any.
Well,
There's
the
no
thing is,
legitimate criticism of flat Earth.
if everyone became flat earthers, then there would be so much distrust.
You would have a
that
scientific revolution, bro.
Well, there would be so much distrust that you couldn't trust no one would trust anyone, and everyone would have to do their own like experiments, and no one would trust anyone else, and it would just be. It's
That'd
too
be
much
good.
skepticism.
That would be great.
Isn't
I
the
don't
problem
think it
trust?
is.
Isn't the problem to begin with trust?
I don't believe so. No.
Well,
I
if you
think
trust
there's such a
somebody to
thing.
tell you the truth and they tell you a lie, how would you want to trust
The
them?
thing is, I'd say there's such a thing as too much trust, and there's also such a thing as too much skepticism.
Well,
You need a
that's true.
good balance of both, and I think
No,
that
that's
flat
true.
Earth is
But
a
if you're
bit too
talking
far
about
of
We're
distrust.
talking about the sources of trust.
Okay, I mean, a lot of people. Oh, okay. Mostly all flat earthers, I think it's safe to say, would think that is the biggest paradigm shift in their mind that they'd ever had in their entire life. And then the first question you'd ask is not why, but you'd ask, why would they? I mean, if they can lie about this, then what else would they lie about? And everything else is possible because that is already the biggest lie that there is. And that's why flat earthers are so skeptical. And flat earthers have found many, many different rabbit holes, I tell you. Many rabbit holes.
Yep. And I hate the term rabbit hole for some reason, because it sounds like it's a way of, not that you're saying it this way, but it seems to get, used as a way of dismissing it as like a conspiracy theory almost.
Or
a
like
rabbit
getting
hole
lost.
Or getting lost.
It's actually more of a way of finding the light.
Right,
But
exactly.
I know what you're saying. I think like as I was saying, Gummy, flat Earth is there's no criticism of flat Earth that really holds up, because at its first premise, it's really just questioning how you know things. It's asking, what is truth? How do I know truth?
Yeah, but and I agree on that part. Thing is, like, I agree that it is very important to think about what is truth and being skeptical and thinking about like sources and if they're credible and all of these things. I just think that sometimes the extent that you guys go to, like distrusting the entire scientific community, I think that's too far. That's going
you're right.
where we
And
should
you know
go.
what? You're right. You're right about that. But that's the problem. The conflation of what science is the problem that we're trying to point out. What do we define science as to begin with? Does it follow the scientific method? Is there pseudoscience posing as real science?
That's the problem. That therein lies the problem, you see. So, we have every right to be skeptical because we've been lied to for so long. For me, 53 years. So I have every right to question the scientists and to make sure that whatever they tell me does follow some kind of credible standard. And if it's the scientific method,
and flat earthers, flat earthers take refuge with anyone saying that we deny all science or that we have a problem with every scientist, because that's the conflation that we resent. It's not true. What we're trying to do is protect science.
I think that most flat earthers probably, if you've been a flat earther for a certain amount of time, you're already over the fact that it's a flat Earth, and you go down many other rabbit holes. But then that's why we come here and we chat, to refresh our foundational knowledge. It's just to double check, to come back, reaffirm that what you already know to be true. Is just to you do so many different religions, so many different walks of life. They have to come back and get grounded and just refresh their foundation, and I think that's why we come here. But you'd probably ask every flat earther that you come across, are you interested in any other rabbit holes? And I'll tell you what, there's a whole bunch out there that we could all probably agree on, that we've looked into and we're suspicious of.
It's interesting because today there was a whole talk. I was listening to a lot of what happened today with the 9/11 talk and ballers seeming to be, more in support of the mainstream narrative. And then, you have this idea that flat Earth comes along, and it's almost like if you hadn't already realized that 9/11 wasn't what they told us, it would be a lot harder to accept that flat Earth might be a possibility, because the lie could be that big. It was almost a primer for flat Earth. And then you have to get into the idea of, well, then is it just because you realize 9/11 was what they said? Are you suddenly now just questioning it and doubting everything and jumping on board with anything that's conspiracy? And that could be a question that
not just
needs to be
9/11.
addressed.
You've also got the moon landings themselves, and then you've
Yeah,
got
the moon land. Yeah, exactly.
and all
JFK.
sorts of sort of, put the seeds in your mind that maybe what your reality that you're being told is not actually how it is.
And the thing is that the next layer of this that's hard for even flat earthers or 9/11 people that realize that you were right about 9/11. Then the next layer of onion you peel off and you realize, wait a minute, not only was it an inside job, but it was told to us the mistakes were made on purpose, and we were baited to see the truth as well as the lie, to create the conspiracy theory along with the conspiracy being played out, and the controlled opposition and everything, and the way that worked and was set up was kind of an establishment for everything that's gone on since. The conflict is part of their strategy. The Hegelian dialectic.
There's so many little events that have all piled and come together as a catalogue, and you can did anyone know about the earthquake in Christchurch? At the time of that earthquake, the day before, there was a ship that was fracking for oil or gas right on the fault line at the time, and it's highly probable that that's what caused the earthquakes. That's what started them.
Fracking.
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube that does a lot of tracking for that kind of thing.
I hate that fracking. It's total rape of the earth. That is definitely. In Christchurch, did you not have 2 earthquakes, haven't you? You've had 2 events in recent years, haven't you?
More like about 20.
Okay, we've had it 20 then. You see, I'm aware of the 2 big ones in Christchurch. 2 big ones in Christchurch. Yeah, definitely aware of those 2.
More than that.
Okay, yeah. I'm not surprised to hear that, but yeah, I was aware of 2 biggies. Christchurch
City was built on a swamp, so when they found Christchurch, it was just a swamp, massive swampland, and rather than all the other dry land around the entire area, they chose Christchurch to build on, which was just a massive. They had to drain the swamp before they could build the city. This is what they said. It doesn't make much sense unless you start looking into mud flooded buildings, etc. in Christchurch, and you'll find out that Christchurch was full of mud flooded buildings in antiquity.
Yeah. So I think New Perspective and yourself had it right. That we have to question science and hold science to the standard of the scientific method every time. So when they say that we totally disagree with all the scientists, well, we're not really. We're just making sure that what they're telling us is actually credible, and it's it relates to reality. That's all. Nothing wrong with that, is there? Especially when you're bitten once, you've been told it's this and it's not this. It's a flat plane. Okay. And ignoring the scientific method. I mean, NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, they're a joke, because they ignored the laws of nature, the laws of physics, total fabrication. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get to the bottom of, like, how you have every sector of your society has a controlling body which you'd be able to go to, and like an ombudsman, and you could discuss the issues that you might. But is there this type of a body for science? Really?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. There isn't. I don't think there is.
Well, I would say that science is a self-controlling thing. And of course, I know that you probably disagree, but
yeah.
the thing is, within science, you'll have people disagreeing and disproving, and like, what's the word?
Well, without a governing body, there doesn't seem to be any really regulations or control, where every other sector in our entire world has a controlling body. Human rights has a controlling body. Everything I could list them off. I'd be talking forever because there's nothing else that doesn't. Everything's got a controlling body except for science.
A great point. Yeah.
And that's because we don't really believe that it needs it.
Yeah.
Well,
that's kind of the strength of it. Why would you have an authority deciding what science is supposed to be?
So there you go. If that's the case, then we wouldn't need governments, and we wouldn't need controlling bodies for exports or for nuclear weapons. Or
well, we do. Science isn't the same as these things.
Yeah.
Gummy Bear, do you think that 9/11 was what they told us it was?
Yeah, because I have no reason to believe it isn't.
Okay, so that's where the disconnect is automatically, like we were saying. If you look into the details of it, you would have a reason, I would imagine, and if you were presented with all of the different things.
I've heard a lot of details about it, and a lot of it seems like just speculation. Nothing that's actually like confirmed enough to make.
How about
if you look into the science of buildings falling, with like Building 7 just from fire from all four corners falling at free fall.
How about this statement? How about this statement coming from the horse's mouth? These are the architects, those who build the buildings, design and build the buildings. Okay, they've said the very outset, from the very beginning, never in the history of skyscraper building have they collapsed due to fire. Prior to 9/11, that was, yeah? Never in the history, okay?
Are you talking about the Twin Towers or Building 7?
Is this related to...
All 7 buildings came down, actually.
But is this related to the science question at all, or just switch topic?
It is, yes, because when you do a building, the structural integrity has to follow the scientific method. Of course it does. Otherwise,
they follow regulation mostly, right? They follow regulation.
Is it JINCBR?
Yeah, JINCBR1. Yeah, sorry, yeah, JINCBR1. Yeah.
So how should I call you?
Jin, just call me Jin. JINCBR1. Any one of those will do.
Okay, so
most of us just call him Jin. Yeah.
Jin from Japan.
Well, no. So Jin. So what I was trying to get at was that I've heard you talk about 9/11 quite a few times in the buildings and stuff. I totally agree. But what I really think is that this conspiracy, you'd need to first look at the foundation of the narrative of their story, of what they say. And it's just as ridiculous as us flying through space in so many different vectors, all at the same time with 4 different vectors. Because you'd have to think there's these guys that took over these planes, and they had box cutters, and they came from the cave. They were getting controlled by CB radio from a cave in Afghanistan, and then all of that stuff that happened before the imaginary planes hit, before these buildings just miraculously did all of that, and mysterious building number 7. And you can list, apparently there were 6 buildings that fell. 6 buildings. But anyway, that's beside the point. I like to focus on the narrative, and the narrative does not hold water.
Yeah.
So Gummy Bear, if you were to look into, let's say Gummy Bear, if you were to look into this and you were to see that the physics of the buildings falling does not add up for the way they say, and you were to find that out and actually scientifically be able to deduce that there's no possible way that this could have happened the way they told us, And the governing body of science, this NIST project or whatever, this NIST investigation was actually telling you that it was, in fact, they didn't even cover Building 7. They refused to, supposedly, right? They didn't even report on it. But if you look at just, popular mechanics pancake method that they tried to sell and saw that wasn't possible, then you might see what we're talking about as far as like questioning the order that's been given to the people posing as scientific, researchers.
It's just I'm not a structural engineer.
Right. But see, that's the default. You can always say I'm not a professional because you rely on professionals, right? But then you're not,
because I don't have the
doing any
education
independent.
to.
Well, sure, but I'm saying that the education is teaching them wrong, and if you were to find out that's the truth, like the education is actually teaching things that aren't true, would you have a problem with that?
Of course, but I would challenge. How would you find out that what they're being taught isn't true?
You'd have to stop relying on the professionals and start looking into it yourself.
So you want to reinvent the instructional engineering from the bottom up and say that what they've done is wrong?
Well, there's lots of structural engineers that talked about 9/11. You know about that, right?
Yeah, but what I've heard, there are some theories out there, but it's generally the idea was that you have the jet fuel, which is heating. The heating from the jet fuel was weakening the steel, and then it collapsed.
Well, yeah, that's the main thing is the crash or the airplanes crashing weakened the structure so that it then collapsed. It wasn't that the fire
there's so many
melted
levels
everything.
of looking into this. Like,
But,
it's not just we're not talking about incredulity, But
if
you just looked at it on the surface, like if you saw those buildings fall and you think about how much steel there was and how much of the top of the building would have had to crush down, and then for it to go into its own footprint and actually completely dissolve and just turn it into dust midair almost. These things. I mean, even if you say,
can I just say something?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Gummy Bear, when you said you're not an expert, guess what the expert said? You don't need to be an expert to understand that the buildings didn't come down by fire. That's coming from the experts themselves. They said it's 7th grade physics. A child of 10 can understand it. Okay, so you don't need to be a expert or a construction engineer. You don't need to be. That's what they said. Carry on there, Dave. Sorry, just wanted to get that out. So it's not that difficult.
Well, yeah,
okay, that's coming from
it's just a matter of being a little bit skeptical, for just entertain yourself, at least with entertain the idea of being skeptical about it, and maybe try to just fight off your tendency to believe what they said.
I think the way that I see the world from a view. I'm sorry, I don't want to change the subject or anything, because it was a really invigorating conversation. But like my father, for example, he went to America, and he went to Beverly Hills, and he rented a car, and it took him a whole day going through all the red tape and the paperwork. If you look at that on the larger scale for the entire world, there's just so much red tape and division and what's it called, separation, and it's just red tape above red tape to get anything done, especially when you have to do it internationally. It's for me, it's a control system for sure that is easily able to be managed from the top, just because of the way that it's set up in a pyramid. What's the word for it when you have like in the army, you have top secret sort of pass or clearance, and then you have
compartmentalization.
What's it called?
Compartmentalization.
Absolutely, and because of the structure, it's across all aspects of our society. It's not just in the government. It goes on all over the world, and that's the easiest way to control a society. If you've studied sociology, then you would know. The thing I wanted to bring up just as a point, in people's or human psychology. Have you ever looked into marketing, how their strategies are? My friend worked in a duty-free store here in Auckland, a flash old building, and he said that one day he said the reason why they put all the good stuff that they want to sell on the right-hand side of the stairs, because it was a building that you'd walk up like 3 stories or on an escalator. But most shoppers always turn right. They don't turn left. And they tried moving all of the, as an experiment, he just tried moving the sale items around. And it was still true that the customers always turned right. It was a high percentage. And it's understanding the psychology of the human race, which has led the ones at the top, the cabal. They understand how it all works, and they understand how they can gain control.
Interesting. So, Gummy Bear, can you see how the charge that flat earthers ignore all the scientists, and that is totally unfair and not true? Can you appreciate that now?
No, not really. Of course, I wouldn't say that you deny all scientists. Of course, I'm not going to say that. But you deny a huge part of the scientific community.
Could that be because the huge part of the scientific community you're talking about are perpetuating a falsehood that doesn't fit the reality and doesn't follow the scientific method? In fact, it's completely pseudoscience. Could it be that? Have you actually looked into weighed up where we disagree? Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that's the fundamental thing, is we disagree on that.
Okay, let's take the 9/11 thing, the building number 7. They said that it came down by fire. They said one girder collapsed, and it started the onset of the collapse, plus the fire. Okay, but in their report, the NIST report, it stated that not at any one location did the fire. This is where they had the fire, which is in pockets in the building. The whole building wasn't engulfed. It was just pockets of fires on certain floors. Now, on those floors, not in any one location did the fire stay in one place for 20 to 30 minutes. Okay, so the fire moved from east. It wasn't engulfed. So basically, that tells you that the fire was looking for something to burn. Yeah.
Hello.
You're robot in general.
West.
Sorry for butting in. I just want to say one thing. Michio Kaku said that they don't follow the scientific method. Remember that?
I think he would more mean in sense, if you asked them, they would not say you follow a scientific method.
No, he said that
because there are no one scientific.
He said that they don't even follow his own words, not verbatim, but he did say they don't follow the scientific method.
Yeah, but there is no one scientific method.
Yeah, that is another fundamental disagreement. Is we would say there is no the scientific method, but you guys often say, I'm not going to say you guys as in I group all of you guys, but a lot of you will say that there is only one scientific method.
I would say that
fundamental disagreement.
Well, regardless of whether someone's opinions one way or another about that, how would you best go about finding out the cause of an effect? What's the best way to go about that?
There's no controlling body for science. That's the reason why we need to be skeptical about everything we hear.
Well, if there was a controlling body and they were corrupt, that would be a problem too, though. It's a problem.
That would be a problem. But at least you can say fairly that science is the only area where there is no controlling body. So just by that, process of elimination, you can gather that it's just free for all, pretty much free for all, and you can have your white papers. You know, it's not going to be vetted.
But isn't that a good thing? Because that means that everyone can control anyone if they see fit. Anyone can make a scientific paper to disprove someone else.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, if you have one scientific controlling body and it's corrupt as well, then there could be a problem in the same way. And that's why a thing like the scientific method, which anyone can do to check the work of the person claiming something, then that's the reason for the importance of it. Because if you present something that's unfalsifiable in the ruling scientific voice or
Okay,
Oh,
so
I
I'm
left.
still there.
Oh, yes,
Okay, so what I would
If you got-
probably say to that is that okay, if you go to get a patent, you have to have your tool or whatever you've designed to be vetted to make sure that it actually does what it's supposed to do before you can get a patent for it.
Good point.
And when that happens, the scientific method needs to be followed, and
Exactly.
you're totally vetted there. But when it comes to open science, it really is open science, and that's why you need to be skeptical about everything to do with science, because there is another aspect to science, which is the reason it's not regulated, because pseudoscience is rampant.
Exactly, and it seems like
Is
that
it not regulated
on the
because
micro level.
pseudoscience is rampant? Or you're
Well,
saying you have
because
pseudoscience?
pseudoscience is so profitable. Pseudoscience is so profitable that if they had
Yeah,
regulations that they had to follow, that would be
yeah, but that's by the that's has nothing to do with science itself. That's to do with the like the laws of the land,
That's to
right?
do
That's a
with
place.
that's to do with who decides if it's science or pseudoscience.
And nobody, there is no person or institution who say that.
So you would totally agree that being a earther, it has the pure right to be skeptical about everything we're told in science, right? You just
Sure.
admitted our point of view, and the reason
You
why
can say whatever you want to about science. People can say whatever they want to in our society, but whether or not people will take you seriously is another question.
Right, and so then that's the reason this is important as well, because there's enough people now that are corroborating about these things and seeing that there's an obvious fraud going on, and then people aren't going to take them seriously any longer. If this gets around, that everyone sees how fraudulent they are, things will have to be changed.
Well, you guys see them as fraudulent. Most people don't see them as fraudulent. So
I've got an analogy.
People do actually take them seriously.
But they haven't. But they just haven't been exposed to the information, is what I'd argue.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. You guys are trying to expose us every day, and we are questioning your rationale behind that decision or that conclusion you're making. I don't accept that. I think it's flawed in many ways. So you can expose it to me, but I can also think for myself, and I think it's not real. It's not like you're fabricating a fraud. That's what I would say. I don't take it seriously.
We're not trying to be critical,
and I think other people will also say the same thing.
Do you think flat earthers are just misinformed or just too skeptical or paranoid?
I think you're you're like cynical in some parts. You're like severely cynical, and in other parts you just accept it without any like justification. So it's very it's double standard.
Hey, let's bring this conversation down to earth for a minute. And what I'd like to add is have you ever been in a scenario where you go to a local corner store, like a hardware store or a convenience store, and you're wearing like, you know, you've been gardening and you're just wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and you're kind of a little bit scruffy because you've been doing gardening. And the shopkeeper will say, "G'day, mate. What can I do for you?" Or, "Oh, how's it going?" Or they just don't say anything, you know. But then you come in and you're dressed up to the nine in like fucking ballroom suit, or fucking Obama suit, and you walk in there and you'll see that you get treated totally different.
Mhm.
And
That's capitalism.
this is
Yeah.
what I'm seeing by people's, you know, it's so diverse in the way that the human brain works.
Yeah.
Do you know how much different that feels when you walk into a place in a suit? You just imagine the total, what's the word for it, disconnect between, you know, the suit and the shorts. You're on a totally different level. You're walking on high. You know, I've experienced this before. You know, and that's why if I ever go anywhere, I don't give a shit about my appearance when I'm doing something really important. I could turn up to court. It doesn't matter. It's what you say that matters.
So just to verify what you're saying, what your point is. So, for example, if somebody were to, you're saying that people have a bias depending on the person who's there, like if his appearance or maybe who he is in general. Like, for example, me coming in here and I can check your tag and it says role, it says flat earther or whatever. It doesn't say so here, but like if I know you're a flat earther, I have a bias towards you to sort of like reject you automatically.
Yeah, of course, but I think he's making a point about the fact that the media has such control over what people are. You're breaking up, Jen. Jen, you're roboting.
That's by the cover.
Jen, you're roboting.
Okay.
But yeah,
And
more. I think your point was that the media dominates what people accept as truth, and it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter whether it's, you know, it should be about the words that someone's saying rather than whether that's the most popular thing to say.
I think that that's like in some sense a reason. Like, sure, us in here I think we take your word very seriously. Like I have like literally done like calculations, done stuff for you guys, done a tiny bit of science for flat earthers. I've done flat earth science, and if that's not taking you guys seriously, then I don't know what. But I think it's also understandable that like a person who works on science related to maybe like the shape of the earth or like gravity or whatever, and you have a contention versus it, that they will ignore you. Because
right, and so that's the thing. Is like that, but that's the thing. Like it's so spread. When we talk about science and we put it as this overlapping or just a one blanket statement to include everything involved with science. And if there was now you don't believe there are, or you don't doubt anything that comes from science possibly, or whatever that means. But then if you were to find out that the earth is flat and we've been lied to about that, then you might be more skeptical about all these other areas or want to protect these other areas that are dealing with real science from being associated with the pseudoscience, wouldn't you?
Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. If I wanted to be,
if you found out that there was a pseudoscience that was just based on fallacious ideas, and you found out that to be true, then you would have a problem with it being called science in the same way that, like, you know, something that's actually doing something for real.
Yeah, but then it would be fraud. If something is fraudulent, then I would call it fraud. And that has happened. Like in science, there have been fraud.
Continue to be called science and taking funding for things, you know, and nobody else, and you were the only one saying that, no matter how good your evidence is, all they have to do is put out a piece that's the most popular piece to watch and the most viewed piece to watch that refutes what you say, no matter how good your evidence is that it's fraud. No one's going to listen to you.
But this is like the case of how the science, like how people sort of build up credence towards science is to not just to watch like one test or watch like one idea and just accept it. First of all, like the first thing you have to do is like to check if the science they did, if they wrote a paper or something, like they check that if the like the methodology, like all the like did they think about like most things that you should think about. But in addition, you also, to check for like fraud, because there could be fraud, you need to check whether or not like if somebody were to repeat this, that they get the same result.
How do you find out? Because see, a lot of times the problem with pseudoscience, it seems, is that there's assumptions made that help the theory that they're trying to present, and they're working backwards. So, about the reverse engineering, basically. You can use that in a way that makes it so that there's the cross checking, and if you're accepting their assumptions, that's where we're talking about the scientific method being used. Like Carlos was saying about the patent office, making sure that the device works the way they say it's supposed to work.
I've got a theory, and this theory is for flat earthers only, because only flat earthers would have gone down the rabbit hole of Tartaria, Antiquitech, and mud flood. Okay, so my theory, and like there's a channel called Spartan Red, and he believes that all mountains are actually brick buildings, right? Okay, so if you work from that sort of a perspective, right, and an understanding, my idea is that this whole realm was a mining operation, and then what they did, how do you get the sedimentary layers? Well, what they did was they got the slurry, they got the mining waste, all the dirt and mud and shells and whatever. They transported all of this. They made it into like a 3D printing concrete mix, and what they did was they built huge civilizations all over this earth with high technology, and it 3D printed buildings all over the place. And then something happened, and these buildings were mountains now as we see mountains. But what happened is something happened, and it came together with this like a plasma event or whatever, and that's why we see all these sedimentary layers, because all of these mountains were actually 3D printed buildings.
Okay.
Have you watched Ewar's Lost History of Flat Earth, Carlos? I'm sure you have.
Already, there is like an issue there, right? Because you have.
Do you not see how ridiculous that sounds?
Yeah, that was a little bit far for the people here that are ballers, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm not saying.
Hang on. I'm making sure on the audience.
There's good evidence for that if you look into it, to be honest.
Hang on, man.
No.
I'm actually sure in the audience that there are a lot of flat earthers that would agree with me. And I wish they'd come off the mic and just
I'm
let
here. I would say that there's a lot
That's
of
the thing,
melted buildings being mountains. There's interesting things. Also trees.
First of all, 3D printers hasn't existed long enough for this to
that's
happen.
The problem. Is if you accept
and it doesn't even exist today. And first of all, there is no evidence for that.
That's the thing.
And second of all, mountains are rising all over. Mountains are increasing their height on their own. They don't need to be 3D printed. Mountains rise up without the help of 3D printers. They're increasing every year.
Help, I've got to have a turn as well. 3D printing.
Okay.
I was just watching a house get 3D printed yesterday.
Yes, but that's a house. It's not a mountain. And also, it's done at a time when we actually have made 3D printers.
No, I'm saying that
the history has been rewritten. That's all. That's the point.
We did have 3D printers, and that's the problem. Have you seen No Forest on Flat Earth, or whatever it's called? Have you seen? There's so many other ones out there, but this one here, I tell you, that's going to explain all those sedimentary layers, because what they did was they got the dregs of the mining, which is evidence everywhere, like the Grand Canyon, and you can get all, and you can. That's why you can find seashells, shark's teeth on the top of fucking mountains. It's because it'll, and that's why you've got sedimentary layers everywhere. How else can you get sedimentary layers?
But they have like they have dated this thing to certain times, which like
Of course, if you had a concrete mix and you wanted to try and date it, you could whatever you want to get out of it, you can get out of it. I tell you, these sedimentary layers are made by 3D printing. Have a look at 3D printed house. Does anyone want to look at how a 3D printed house looks? You look at the layers that it builds up. Imagine that they weren't just using.
But you ignore everything else. You like ignore everything when you say that.
Hey, Funk, just real quick. I mean, it's like you're not aware of the whole Antiquitech idea that in the past, the development of technology was actually a lot more developed than we are led to believe. Because
like
there's
100 million years ago.
If you're going to stick to the modern timeline and just be a naysayer, there's no point in having this conversation. I was just going to say a couple other things just real quick. You know, there's just really interesting videos out there where they look at the details of even paintings, and they talk about how there's no way these people had even the brush capability or the style of the layering of these levels of paint, even with Da Vinci, and then also with Michelangelo and some of the carvings out of stone. They're like, I mean, if you look at some of the details on that, you're thinking, man, one little mess up and that thing would just be ruined. And they also make the suggestion that they had some way of manipulating and liquefying stone and then bringing it back into a shape that's just so detailed and intricate. So that's all we're saying. You know, if you're talking
and how and why.
Yeah, I get you, man. We're just talking about being open to the fact that it's a possibility. That's all.
Everything is possible, but I'm like looking at the evidence.
Wait, hold on.
You don't.
You're not looking at the evidence, Funk. That's the thing. I just
you
put a
are.
video in
Can
the
I?
live
Can
stream
I
voice
speak?
text.
I watched.
Just real quick, I put a
I'm not
video
gonna
in
watch
there
the
that
30.
talks
I
about
watched.
this.
It's not quick. It's 42 minutes long, so I'm not gonna watch that.
Okay, that's the reason that you're behind us on this then, because we actually watch
No,
this stuff and look into it.
there is.
You're just assuming that what you've been told is true.
No, there is evidence. Like mountains raises in height every year. They don't need to be 3D printed. They will increase the size every year.
Why do you think they increase size?
Well, that was
there is a theory that tectonic plates are squashing together, but anyways, there's nobody standing on the mountain. There are nobody. Hello, can I please fucking finish my sentence?
Yeah, guys, let's take it back a little bit. Let's not talk over each other.
You are talking over me, Carlos. I was speaking now. I'm gonna finish and then I'll let you speak.
No, it wasn't. I wasn't talking over you. You're talking over me.
No, you were. I was talking, and you just started talking over me.
How about guys?
It does fucking matter because he was talking over me.
5 seconds, okay?
Fuck off, man! I'm gonna leave this piece of shit server. Oh my god.
My
oh
theory.
My goodness, Funk.
My theory.
Okay, so I'm just gonna talk over Carlos then. So Carlos, I'm just gonna say fuck you, and I'm gonna speak over you.
Well, hold on, I don't know who was first, but somebody just has to. Yeah, someone has to give way and then you guys take turns.
I was speaking, and then Carlos just started talking.
Okay, stop telling us a replay. Let's just start over, and guys, just give way to the other person. Just take your turn, man.
Yes, I will be quiet when I'm finished, and I'll let you speak.
Don't tell us what you're gonna do, Funk. Just do it.
Yes, but if he talked over me, that's.
Oh, there you go again. Tell me again.
Okay, so
I just say.
Okay.
Hang on.
Oh my god! For fuck's sake! Thank you,
Carlos.
Jesus fucking Christ, Carlos! Oh my god! So the mountains increase in size. There's nobody standing on the mountain with a 3D printer today. They increase in size anyway. So you don't need a 3D printer. It just increase in size without 3D printer. And they do that every year. And if you go farther enough back in time, it's going to be very different. So this is how, like, this is an explanation of mountain. No 3D printer needed. And this is actual evidence, physical evidence people can measure every year, all the time, whenever you want to. I'm done.
Carlos,
But
do you
again,
want to
it's
say
the
something?
cause. It's the
Or who?
cause that we're the cause. The assumption of the cause of the mountains getting bigger is the problem. It's an assumption.
My idea of 3D printed mountains or whatever, that wasn't mean. I didn't say because I believe it, and I'm not saying that all flat earthers believe that at all. It's far out, it's way out there. But I was just using it as an expression of what could possibly be in science, and I was trying to say the difference between science and pseudoscience.
Regardless of the reason why, the fact of the matter is that the mountains are rising in height without anybody's help. You can come up with different theories. That's fine. I'm not going to say anything against that. But you have to deal with the facts, and the facts are that these mountains are increasing in size without any 3D printers on top of them. There are nobody standing there and printing out mountains on top of mountains.
I don't think anybody's saying that, right? Nobody's saying that these mountains that are getting bigger are 3D printing, right?
There was a
Yeah,
guy who made that by the end earlier.
No,
That
it
was
was just an idea to express the difference between science and pseudoscience. And you say that mountains are increasing in size. Well, that's fair to say, but does that mean that earthquakes only happen on a globe?
There you go.
what?
Do earthquakes
What is
only
an
happen?
earthquake? Yeah.
Why can't earthquakes happen on a flat Earth?
Why couldn't they? I would never say anything against that.
Well, you're saying that mountains are growing. Can't they do that on a flat Earth?
Well, you have like the fact that the mountains are increasing. If you want to find out why they are increasing, then you would have to find out why they are increasing, right? Even if it's on a globe or a flat Earth, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and you'd have to follow the scientific method, wouldn't you? Just like the hotspot from the sun.
Hey, Funk, will you look at the
What?
picture I just put in the live stream voice text and see what would science explanation of the basalt columns, like these kind of columns that rise up? What do you?
I think there are like I've seen those in not this explicitly, but like salt formations created in caves, and I believe
the
they
ones
form
you
like
see the picture I just
crystal
put in there?
structures.
No,
Yes,
the
I
picture
see
put
that.
in there. Yeah.
I don't
So
know
those
exactly
columns-
about this specific, but if they're like similar to other salt structures, they
It's not a
can
salt
form.
structure. No, that's not the claim. At least even by science,
Oh.
I think it's lava is the actual.
Okay, I don't know. Like I was just guessing. I have no
Okay.
idea what the
There's
picture
things
is.
that's kind of like a hint at where we're going with some of this stuff because the explanation we're given doesn't match what we're seeing. Is all.
What was the explanation given then on how this formed?
That lava is somehow forming these perfectly hexagonal structures. Does that seem right to you?
Okay. It depends on their explanation. They didn't say how it forms differently than other type of lava. You just said it formed.
I'll look it up. I'll put a little thing about that in there. Someone else can go.
I think regardless, that's just a really cool picture that you posted.
It kind of all circles around to psychology of people, and as we know, there is a control system, and the way that we're fragmented, we're really easy to be manipulated, mind controlled. That's what the government means. Government, govern your mind.
I mean, if you look at some of the volcano eruptions, I'm just thinking about this too, they never look like a mountain. No, I haven't seen one. Has anybody ever seen a volcano eruption and any of our time that we can look back that we can verify looks like a mountain?
Says these columns of rock are most likely a volcanic rock called
My
basalt.
my uncle told me a story here in Auckland, because New Zealand, especially Auckland, is covered in mini volcanoes, extinct volcanoes. It's just littered with them, all these mounds everywhere and volcanoes. And we have a thing called lava tubes or lava tunnels. And he used to, as a kid, he used to go into these lava tunnels and climb around. And him and his friends, and it's well known that when you get deeper into these lava tunnels, you find out that they're actually lined with bricks. And then they started closing all of these lava tunnels up that people were going into, blocking them off with concrete so you couldn't go into them anymore, these ancient lava tunnels, because they didn't want you to find out that if you go deeper, you'll see that they're actually lined with bricks, just like tunnels, man-made.
You know, Carlos, that actually baffles me a little bit because I just watched a video 2 or 3 days ago or something like that. Someone sent it to me that usually just sends the information that they haven't found before. And it was someone claiming that the mountains are old, like Tartarian castles that were built upon and stuff, and they have inside of them and all that different things. That's why you see the structures where they are. Then he went out into the woods and was finding these castles into these types of mountains and stuff. And it makes me think what you're talking about, going down the bricks. Like, this is laid brick. This ain't right. Yeah, it does make me question a lot of that. All of our history. I mean, even when you look at petrified wood and what you could do even near certain spots, how they take teddy bears and within a short amount of time, it's petrified teddy bear. Yeah, fossilization. We don't understand it the way, well, actually, the way that we're told is not correct.
Well, I can tell.
So history itself can be a lie.
I can tell just by your statement just now that you've been a flat earther for a very long time, because at least you've been a flat earther for 2 years, because there's no way you could even consider what you just said unless you've already discovered the biggest lie of all. And that's why most ballers, they would never even consider these other rabbit holes.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Actually, I grew up with being told about flat earth in church from my pastor at 8 years old. So then I had this belief, and then I found out for sure, knowing almost 3 years ago today. And it's been a liberating feeling, because you can walk around believing, right? But to know, to see things with your own eyes. I've been traveling. I've seen 54 miles with my own eyes growing up. And then it was verified, the whole globe, and when I shouldn't see, and when the drop is, and it baffled me. Like, there's my proof. And then I've seen the Isle of Wight from Bournemouth. Shouldn't see it. I'm seeing the water hit the shore. There's no drop. Like 20 miles. Impossible. This is the point. Yeah.
Is Geo still there? Because I think I recall him talking about his view on Tartaria and Antiquitech and Mudflood. But it'd be good to know if he's still. I mean, is it possible that you could look into all of that and then dismiss it after you've already come to the conclusion that it could be possible? I mean, is anyone else on board with the possibility as far as this channel goes? Is it
I bet a lot of us are.
I'd kind of like
a lot of
what? The possibility of what? The possibility of what?
Of all of these other so if you've heard of the Antiquitech, Mudflood, Tartaria type of understanding of this 5D realm, then you'd know that the flat earthers have come into this. And I just want to know, on this channel, is that the kind of thing that people are looking into, or is it kind of just a really, is it a niche? I don't know if I don't know my own.
That seems to be pretty much the consensus amongst most flat earthers that I know. That
but how do we know that? We'd need to do a poll or something, because I don't know if I'm in a niche or if I'm of the sort of the same wavelength or not.
Oh, you are. I'd imagine, just from my experience with other people, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like the teacher says, if everyone thinks that grass is green, put your hands up, and you're going to have, you know, a show of hands. It would be good to sort of figure it out to see where we stand. Because
I don't think that all flat earthers, or that the majority of flat earthers would agree that mountains were 3D printed necessarily. But
sometimes I think that with all my new understanding in recent years, as it's evolving, I don't really know if my mental state is organic, or is it conditioned in some way. Yeah, it would be good to know, because it would satisfy my anxieties whether or not, you know, I should, you know, lay off the alcohol for a while, or, you know, as an analogy.
that'd probably be a good idea no matter what. But yeah.
No, I mean, lay off the flat Earth for a while and see if it becomes full again. You know, yeah, it'd be good to know if everyone else is in the same boat or not.
Well, would it make a difference necessarily about whether, I mean, maybe we're all crazy.
It would clarify one's sanity, I would say, because sanity.
Well, that's why you're here. That's why you need counsel. Everyone needs counsel.
So how do we know if we are speaking the truth, or really finding the truth, or are we just in a dream?
That's a whole other question.
That's a totally different, yeah, it's a long thing that Geo loves to go down and stuff like that, and what we are and everything. We don't know. Those are so many things we don't know. But you look back at history and you go back to World War I, World War II, it starts getting quite crazy and tricky. You can't go back much further and verify a lot of these things. You start looking at these structures, we can't even build this stuff today, especially if you go out to these other countries that a lot of people have never experienced and seen. I mean, I still haven't got to see that picture that I posted, and I can't wait to be able to travel and go there. Can't wait to go to India. If we get a chance to see these places, it would baffle you. Just like the pyramids have been built upon. We don't know who did these things. And we can guess, right? We can go back at history, these books to be still fun, and scrolls or whatever. But at the end of the day, that could all be manipulated as well. There's orphanage trains. We looked into that stuff about 6-7 years ago. And they were let out 200 children plus and all that. How do we know what they were told? Look back at some of the videos even of like the 1800s on YouTube. And who is it on YouTube? Lone Eagle's done that, breaking them down. It doesn't make any sense. What we had back then, the technology, you can see it in their faces too. The story we've been told is not the truth. But can we verify any of it?
I think all of the control system, you've got everything which is influencing your sanity. And you know, you look at the movie Pink Floyd, The Wall, it was all about the main character's sanity. That's what it was about. It was about what's true and what's not true. And Pink Floyd has a long history of, you know, deep encoded messages within their artwork and their music and their fashion, and their ties off script with, you know, politicians and government officials, etc. It all sort of makes you know that sanity really is something to find, is something that you should be looking for more than the truth, because you can't have truth without sanity.
That's debatable, but you know, it's important what you're saying about confirming with other people if they're seeing what you're seeing, and that kind of does help you stay sane. And that's kind of why I say Flat Earth won already, because we're not going to, I mean, our goal, if there ever was one, is to normalize this conversation to the point where it's not even, I mean, we can find groups of people that see what we're talking about and look at Tartaria and some of these other things and redefine everything and question everything we've been told. And just by having groups like this, we can stay sane, I think, in a way. We're never going to get them to tell the truth.
That's why they knock Flat Earth so hard, because they're trying to detrimize. What's the word? detriment our sanity. They're trying to put flat Earth in a very negative light, and it's been like that for hundreds of years. And it's one thing that they attack first is going to be your reputation and your sanity. Once they can make the populace think that, you know, a certain way of thinking is you know, on the side of sanity, then obviously it's going to be controlled more and easy to manipulate the masses into going along with the mainstream idea.
We've looked at the psychology of what it seems like the heliocentric religion has done to people's heads, you know, and that's and the power of that and the way that you're able to control people so easily once you've made them dependent on you to tell them if they're spinning or not when they should know they're not, you know, and it just to the very detail of these kind of things that we have to rely on the authorities to define for us. So why wouldn't they lie is the better question if that kind of power comes from this type of psyop.
Hey, new perspective. Can you try to turn yourself up? For me, you're really low, and I've got you turned up all the way.
Oh, you know what? It's these headphones. Is this
Okay,
better
well.
now? Better now? Or?
It didn't sound like it changed, but anyway, just
let me rejoin. Let me rejoin.
Okay.
It helps if I do
All
that
right.
sometimes.
All right.
I want to say about the buildings, like in older times, like the question was asked, why don't we make things the way we did like before? Things were made more, I would say more beautiful. They look, I think the buildings look fucking insane, right? But I have to now we can make a pretty fucking huge building in like a few years, right? And sure, we can make details on them. It would take manpower. It would take years to do that. But if you there is nobody sees any value in that. I think that's the issue. Not that we can't do it. I think obviously we can, but somebody has to pay an architect or several architects or several stone, what you call them, masons,
There you go. It's like stonemasons and stuff. But those people have no idea how to do that. They cannot create structures like that. Try to find a stonemason and a group of them, right? And these kind of laborers and trades to do that now. What they build is so minute compared to this stuff that's being built back in the day. And look, it's still standing. A lot of these were taken out, by the way, during war times. So a lot of the Tartarian stuff you can't see anymore. Yes, we are.
Yeah. But these buildings, I don't think that they could be made. But there is this profession isn't really valued today as much as it was back then. Also, for example, the Nidarosdomen, which it's a very beautiful church. That they used 230 years to build that, and nobody would set up a project like that today. That's the issue.
Earlier on, we were talking, and I was saying that ballers are not skeptical. Well, I think I'd like to correct myself on that, because there's a channel that I watched yesterday, and I used to be into this dude a long time ago. His name's David Wilcock. I noticed he had a live stream. He's a baller, 100% baller. But he had a live stream yesterday with more than 4,000 people. Get that. Just let that sink in. He had more than 4,000 people watching his live show, and his idea of the world is so far out there. It's just his I'd like to say knowledge, but his intellect, his IQ, his everything is really he is so far, but he's a baller.
Oh, your mic, or is that me?
Yeah, it is. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I can hear you now. Luciano was saying to me, I can hear you okay in your perspective. It's almost like maybe it reminds you of Elijah, where you're in a room where it kind of echoes. It might be in a bigger room. We don't have a lot of stuff or something too, or just the mic itself is kind of echoing, but it's not like an echo like you, it's not going to hurt me. I can hear you, but it is a weird kind of like you're in a bathroom almost, but not.
Yeah, that sounded better perspective.
Sounds better. Okay. Yeah. David Wilcock, I wouldn't want to just outright say he's a show, but I might say that, whatever that means. But he's been around for a long time. Yeah, he's one of those guys. That
Yeah, I've watched him too.
Yeah. Call out as a outright show. Not that he's.
I mean, I watch a lot of these things, right? Exactly, because they may say you got to be able to decipher through it, sift through it, and say, hey, what do I want to take from this? You know what I mean? Because not everything, everybody's opinion do I agree with, and some people can't do that. They take people's opinions and they instantly go, oh, that's it. No. I'm very skeptical, so I'm constantly, even our own community, going, I need to verify that. Just because somebody says it doesn't make it reality. But a lot of these things we can't verify, so it's good to look at it anyway. And it's not about the person presenting it, right? It's about what they're actually showing you. And that's for me what it's about. And there's a lot of channels that do this, flat earth ones. And honestly, a lot of these architects that, guys that go out there and do this stuff, and archaeologists and stuff, they're actually believe what? They're on a ball. So when we think about it, they can believe that the history is not what they've been told. But they can't believe that, that we're on a flat earth and we're not spinning in space, because that's too much for them to understand. But in their field, right, they're stuck in, they're looking deeply into something. But just because they don't believe in the shape of the earth, what we believe in or whatever, doesn't mean that we can't honestly agree on a lot of different topics that we've been lied to about. So this is why I like going out and talking to people, because you can start with something like this even. And then once you get to this, another lie, right? Then another corruption and lie. And then all of a sudden this flat earth topic doesn't really hurt them anymore. They start taking it on board. Well, maybe there's some truth to that too. Shit, I've been lied to so much. And if that hits them, that they've been lied to about every single thing, basically because the shape of the earth is a lie, and that's kind of like game over. You either wake up to an illusion that, you've been living in your whole life and you're happy about it and you're liberated, or you start going into a deep like research mode that I think a lot of us did back in the day. And it breaks you down a lot of rabbit holes. But at the same time, I'm happy walking around not knowing some things, because I've traveled a lot and I've seen things and it's beautiful. And I look at this world in a totally different way, my way, not the way I've been told.
Right. I'd say flat earth is one of the most important things about it. And it's not about defining the shape of the earth as so much as your discernment and how that becomes something that you learn to, use. And then there's the claim on the baller side a lot that we just won't believe anything. And that's not good either, if that's what people are doing, just automatically not believing anything, auto disbelievers or whatever. But you don't want to ever be an auto believer anymore after knowing some of these things are just completely fabricated for ulterior motives.
Absolutely agree. And don't get me wrong though, there are a lot of people that look at Tartarian and all this stuff and laugh at you and go, you're crazy. Even when you talk about the pyramids and stuff, even though there's people, archaeologists who have gone out there and set this themselves, and they don't believe what we believe in over here, the shape of the earth and stuff, but they believe in that. But for some reason, they still laugh at us. And earlier, somebody said something about, flat earth gets a bad name. Yeah, but that was done by design, especially right now. And when you look at Obama's time, they put that person into play. Exactly, the public needed to be there in the moment. And what did they do a lot about? Flat earth society, blah, 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 this and that. Then you have people over here in America that just want to laugh about it because of it. Then you go to the United Kingdom and they yell flat earth society and America's a joke because of that. But it's not our fault. It's not their fault. It's because it wasn't told to us.
Yeah. Any kind of popular opinion becomes completely not important after you realize this, because, you're like, wait a minute. Okay, so why would I care what people are saying about flat earthers? That matters not anymore. If you watch the Iwar Onan Lost History of Flat Earth, by the way, everyone here probably has. I'm not saying it's all true or anything. There's a lot of skepticism in those videos, but he's got 2 series out. You know who I'm talking about? One's called What on Earth Happened, and the other one's called The Lost History of Flat Earth.
I do.
You're familiar with that? You've seen them?
Yes, they happen.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that seems like I don't know, the next thing that people are talking about, or most recent thing as far as the legitimacy or possibility of what he's saying about the North being, a realm that could be what they're hiding more so than what's in Antarctica and all these other things that start to come up.
Oh yeah, we've talked about that a couple of years ago on my server and stuff, and even on 24 we did. Maybe they can be making us focus on. Well, we're all going, oh, Antarctica. Okay, great. They got this stuff going on. But what about the North then for us? Let's go to that, because maybe there's something there. So yeah, we've gone down that same perspective as well. So if people haven't, then they're not very skeptical. I'm very, very skeptical, and I think it's important because we've been lied to so much that even your friends out of your family lies to you about, Santa Claus and all that. God bless my mama and all. But even my mom would lie to me for people pleasing, right? A lot of people do that because they don't want to offend anybody. So we get lied to so damn much that we should question everything. Process it a couple times before you make that conclusion. And even then, kind of keep it open-ended, because in this reality, I get proven wrong a lot. But I'm okay with that and put my hand up saying, I don't know something, teach me. But a lot of people can't do that either. They want to be stuck in that mindset because they like to be managed and told what is reality because they don't want to think. Honestly, that's what they've bred people to be, is non-thinkers, no common sense, and just go about as robots. And whatever you say is reality because I don't want to look into it. I love looking into stuff like this that we do. In fact, when I first found out about 9/11 and all that back in like 2008, like really woke up because of a friend, it took me on a whole different, life path, man. Yes, I do a lot of research and shit, but at least I'm out on TV all day and I'm making my mind grow, it feels like. I'm learning stuff, seeing the world for what it really is. And that's important instead of sitting in there and being brainwashed by the programming every single day and the symbolism that you see constantly. And I can't stop seeing it now. That's why I can't watch TV. Because once you know the truth, it's just in your face of mockery constantly.
Right. And I watch TV, or not TV, but movies and things that seem to kind of give away what the truth is, like we were talking about earlier, the truth in the movies and stuff, just to see what they're showing us sometimes. And that's interesting, that predictive programming and things. A lot of the predictive programming about what we're seeing right now is crazy. Not to get into that subject, but the discernment, and it seemed like this was the big thing that they were planning, that, the discernment levels, what we were trying to tell people about 9/11 and stuff, was not so they could capture, get the people that did it and get justice, but more so that when something else comes along that could actually threaten your health or threaten your livelihood in some way.
Anything. Yeah.
Then you won't be prepared. You won't know what to think. You'll just believe what they're telling you. And it worked like a charm almost, because now people aren't listening to us about anything because we were trying to tell them about the flat earth. And if they have to accept what we're saying about anything else, they'd have to accept that maybe the earth isn't a spinning ball. And it almost like the psychology of it was planned that way on their part.
Absolutely. Being out in the streets for quite a few years now, I've come to realize that you run into the people that just honestly don't give a crap because they're living into this bubble. And then the ones that are kind of awake, like they don't even know they are, but they're walking around going, oh, that makes sense. They have some knowledge up there, man. They ain't stupid. More street smart though, to be honest. So they don't know the model. But when you start talking about simple things that they can verify and see, they go, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's all I've ever seen. You know what I mean? And they get into that. Will they actually do some further research? I don't know. But the seed's been planted and you walk away. Then you run into the people that literally go, what? Like, they don't even listen to you. You're nuts. But there are people that you can reach, though. Like, I've run into those people who are looking at me crazy. And then I just change the subject to something else that they can verify, or it's genuine to them. All of a sudden, but after 2 or 3 times, we're sitting there live for a couple hours, and then I can reach them. One subject here. But sometimes it's not that first experience. It may be the second or third. For a lot of people in here, it may not have been one video you saw, one conversation you had that brought you to understand that you believed what the shape of the earth was. Because this is a subject that you've got to research deeply to understand and verify for yourself, Because what their brain does too, it's like, as soon as you get told all this narrative for so long, it's stuck in your head, right? When somebody tries to fix it, what happens? Due respect to your cameras on. I didn't see you, but just make sure you know it's on. I know it happens all the time to me and stuff. I hate that. But it's annoying, But then, what was it? Your brain though, that's right. Repeatedly told something, it stays on that. And then when someone tries to tell you something different, even if it makes sense, right? Your brain instantly tries to go, oh, but let me fix that. me find a way that's still correct in my head that we are spinning in space. You know what I mean? Even if you're talking about gas pressure, okay, well, let me find something else to fix it. Maybe the Earth is bigger, or maybe this, because they want to stay in that bubble because they're afraid for it to be popped. My mom was asking me, what does that even mean? And I years I've been talking to her about this stuff. She even went to church with the same pastor. She believes that she don't know. She goes, what does that mean, Stacey, if we are contained and flat? I'm like, Mom, everything the Bible's told you then may be true, and that shouldn't hurt you. But she went to a Truman Show kind of mindset. That's scary, Stacey. And I'm going, no, it's not, Mom. You know, but it's some people think of it like that. So this is a very, very tricky topic and subject. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be back.
Actually, have to go soon.
It was nice, honey, talking to you guys. I'll talk to you soon. You guys have a blessed morning.
I got a question. Where do they grow these people? These Globers come up with some of the most crazy ideas I think I've ever heard of.
So I'm driving right now and I'm using my phone. Who just spoke? Because you're really low for me.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you now, but I had to take you off my Bluetooth because it sounded like you were 2 rooms away. Is this New Perspective still?
No, this is Sin Cleanser. The one and only.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Of course. No, yeah. When I had you on my Bluetooth, you were really low, but I've got you on my phone right now. What was your question?
I was just asking, where do they grow these people?
Yeah, I mean, you know, my first red pill was challenging the Bible. I was in seminary, got out of seminary, and just, you know, obviously kept studying because it was my field, and I basically studied myself out of a job. So that was my first red pill, and I would say psychologically, the way that we interact with scientism fans is the same way that I interact with Christians when I challenge, you know, their viewpoints. They one of the primary accusations I got was, you think you're smarter than church history. And I'm like, that's not the issue. The issue is the evidence. So if you want to talk about the evidence, let's talk about that. But for them, it was always going back and appealing to their theologians, right? So I've found that to be a really interesting dynamics. All of that to say, you know, I'm sure when you get done with a conversation and I get done with a conversation and I think, man, why can't they just see it? This makes so much sense. You know, I don't know. I don't know where they grow them. I'm just saying, I think it's just human psychology. Everybody's got their trigger points. Everybody's got their walls that they aren't willing to tear down and whatnot.
Well, why is it? It's. I feel like they're all lying to themselves. Like, you don't have to know anything to see the sun moving, but you have to believe a story to believe what they believe.
Right. Yeah. I was actually.
I don't have to even use logic. I don't even have to be a logical person to know the truth of this reality.
Sure. So, like, what you could ask that question, like, where does the scientific method break down in looking at the sun? Right.
Why do you need the scientific method? Why do you need logic? Why can't I just see the sun move and know?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get you. But what I mean is if you're a scientist and you look at the sun, how does your method break down with that phenomenon? Right. To me, that would be a discussion point for a person who builds their world on principles of logical, scientific deduction. But I get your point. Yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
Well, what do you think about this one? Because I've been really trying to make an argument for it for a while, but I'm not quite, confident in it. What do you think about the idea that logic is a restraint? It's kind of like an isolated system.
No, it's philosophy.
Well,
philosophy is the
logic
problem.
and philosophy are truth. They're talking about truth, right?
Not
Truth
necessarily. It depends what the philosophy is.
Truth in the music. Pink Floyd, "Wish You Were Here." Pink Floyd, "Wish You Were Here," man. That's talking about. Have you ever heard Pink Floyd, "Wish You Were Here"?
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. How does it go? Wish you. And then
yeah.
that is talking about going over the same old ground. How I found. What does it talk about? The fears.
Where are you going with this one, Carlos?
Where I'm going with this is that in the physical realm, you're going over the same old ground, and what they found and what you can see in their music is that they were trying to express that there's more than meets the eye, and they wish you were here. They wish you could understand the same paradigm that they were luckily enough to have been told.
Alrighty then.
Well, to circle to the question, because I still want to see what you guys think. Is there another way instead of using logic? Can you know something without using logic?
Yeah, you change the premise
to intuition.
Because if you go down the logic path, you're going to have to say this is that, and this is what I know it to be. But I feel like you've already set yourself down, off on a path of, I could be wrong after everything that I think it just sets you going down a path. But
are you trying to address epistemology, the basis of knowledge? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, because I think a lot of people use logic as a crutch. It's like they need logic to know things, and I don't think that's necessarily.
But they have to make some assumptions. It starts somewhere, and where you start depends on philosophy.
I think, therefore, I am. So take us to your next step. Where would you like to go in a different direction for yourself for knowledge base? How would you do it?
It's got to be what is it when you act without really knowing? What's that? It's like impulsive.
Intuition. That's what Carlos said. Intuition. Right?
And you can't.
I don't have to. I don't even have to use words to express. What I know the sun to be. I don't have to use any. I don't have to think at all to see and know the sun.
Okay, my mic's not that good, I imagine, but I can't believe. I can't imagine that you could have logic without sanity being the foundation.
Well, yeah, you have to be sane, I guess.
And how do you know what sanity is?
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think. Everything you think could be a lie. It doesn't matter. It's actually, you're more likely to be wrong about everything you believe than to be right about everything you believe. To even say you know something is so improbable, statistically speaking wise, that it would be a literal miracle for you to be right about anything. I'm not meaning that as an insult to you, but it's when you think about it, there's more ways for you to get something wrong than to get something right. So just out of sheer statistical probability, I don't. It would. I don't know.
That's why I don't think that the way that we're explained evolution to be in the Darwinian paradigm, I don't know if that is really able to be the best way to think of it, because you'd need to think, is that logic or is that my sanity?
Well, like, have you ever heard of Descartes' demon? Like, there's the idea that I think, therefore I am. That's what Descartes thought of. But he also wrote about, everything I know could be a lie. So even I think, therefore I am could be a lie. So he's thinking, why would there be a world where everything I know is false? What would that imply to me?
Well, you have to look at probabilities and logic and sanity, and you have to think along this linear path that has many rabbit holes. And why would it that a tornado could pass through a junkyard and out came, a ready
Is it even, God, it's not even logical aside anything, that Big Bang, though. I mean, they go back to one singularity. What the hell are they talking about? You can't prove that one singularity, but everything that exists came from this one singularity, had it all inside. For heaven's sakes, you can't prove that. It came from a priest not that long ago. That whole story is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't even know how people even put that in their head. Yeah.
They only have stories. That's what I'm learning, is that they'll either try to get you to imagine this scenario, if you will, or think about it this way. Everything that they believe requires them to start you off with a story. It's everything that they say rests on deny how you experience life and accept our story. Like, that just seems so strange to me.
That's why it's called his story. His story.
So good, right?
I shouldn't have to hear a story to know something.
Yeah, you should verify it yourself with no one else's story. It's your own story, your own journey. And if we can't verify these things ourselves, then why would you believe it? You know what I mean? I'm not saying that we shouldn't believe something because we can't verify it all.
Your own story, you're looking inside yourself. You do meditation, you do chanting, you have some type of a peace of mind, some environment that can lower your anxiety. At the end of the day, it all comes down to whether or not you want to go on that route.
I've been on a crazy route with meditation, even with no knowledge, right, of anything. You're not looking into something. This is the crazy trip that I had with Ace, and around that time I was doing the whole Mandela and Karen and all them, and I was hanging out with them, and Brian Staven doing shows. I was meditating a lot back then, taking about 3 hours to myself. And I started thinking things and getting information in my head that I didn't even know, Tesla shit. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm hearing about like 369 and stuff, and it's like the code to the universe. And man, I'm like hearing all this stuff, and he's like, yeah, I'm going through what was it? Basically about how, portal kind of stuff, and there was actual calculations to these things and everything. I'm going, what? He's like, yeah, you're talking about some crazy stuff. I'd never had this information, never looked it up. So then I learned that research from getting information from meditating. So it's almost like whatever, I'm going to call it ether because I know people get upset, but whatever is in this world, it's almost like information flies around it. You know what I mean?
Can you hear the thunderstorm where I am with my mic open? It's friggin' loud here, man.
I can't hear right now, but that's how it was for me last night. It was pretty crazy.
I can't even hear myself talking. It's so crazy. Shit.
But yeah, meditating is good. I'm telling you, it makes you kind of know things internally more than anything. Then I started looking into like the rainbow monks, and then I found the rainbow warriors back in the Native Americans had them. I'm like, well, wait a minute, what's this? Because they started getting the whole rainbow thing. There's rainbow trees, rainbow this, rainbow that, rainbow bees. I'm like, what the heck is going on? I never heard of this stuff. But learning about the rainbow monks and stuff, and that actually goes back to Jesus. They bring into that because supposedly he was
that's what I
studying
was
that.
about to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Even through children's
if you've ever
stories,
looked
you know,
into,
like rainbows. If you look at all the toys that the kids are playing today, you know, and all the cartoons that they're watching, it's so obvious that it's all sort of it's a intertwining of code for us to find out what's really going on, and it's a way to control the mind as well. And you know, they talk about you see they're playing with like unicorns and rainbow unicorns, and it's all of these what do you call it, mythologies and stuff that they're planting into the minds of kids.
Yeah, they hijacked basically the rainbow in a lot of ways too, and made it for different things. But in reality, the rainbow came from a certain understanding and meaning back in the day in the Bible, and what the rainbow meant. You know, that God wasn't going to flood the earth again and stuff. But there's a lot of rainbow things that people have never even heard of. But I just told somebody, a month or two ago that was in our community, it's been here for a while, about rainbow trees, and showed them to him. But this is reality. This isn't what, he wouldn't paint these. This is what happens. They grow this way. Like,
Yeah,
wow, I've never heard of this stuff.
It's quite sad that there is actually a saying, you know, what do you, when you think that someone is like chasing a dream and they're kind of on the wrong path or whatever, you say, oh yeah, what are you chasing, rainbows? You know, they tried to put a derogatory, a negative sort of meaning towards something that is non-tangible.
I was totally listening, by the way, and whoever could speak can. I'm sorry. I'm literally dealing with text messaging, phone calls, and everything right now. It's a busy morning, so bear with me. But I agree with you, Hannah. I've been listening. It's interesting stuff that we're talking about. A lot of people don't discuss this. And St. Cleanser, you were saying something too about how rainbow mugs went back to like Jesus Christ and stuff. And I did a little thing on it, but I need to do it again because people have no idea about that. And he supposedly went around to Egypt and all these different places and studied all these different supposedly religions and stuff. Nobody talks about that.
Oh yeah, that's the point I wanted to mention. That one of the most fascinating things to me about Christianity isn't the Catholic or the Protestant derivatives of Christianity. It's if you look into the Christology, you get into the Gnostic writers, who were the first guys to start writing about Jesus. We're talking about within 100 years after him supposedly dying. And now all the early Christian writers talked about light. They were obsessed with God being light and how all this stuff manifests into the greater mysteries of the ultimate light. And it tells a very different story than the Catholic Bible or the Protestant, Reformation stuff. But it's always been really interesting to me too, is that like you have this early Christians talking about light, and it also being categorized as like some death cult. So it's a really weird. I don't know how to explain it, but I've been looking into that a lot lately.
And then I started getting into this crazy stuff I should have talked about in 24 because I got in trouble for it. I don't even know why, because it was speculation kind of stuff. Of course, a lot of this stuff is speculation, theories and stuff. And it's hard to find it again because I was looking, Google just doesn't want you to find it. There's something called pure light, right? And it's not the light that we talk about at all the time. And when I discussed it, people didn't know what I was talking about. But it has to do with, I forget now, the very, very beginning of like light and stuff. But it was a theory. But I'll bring it. I'll try to find it. But if I find the information, if you look it up too and you find it, please let me know. There's hardly anything about it, but there's only a few of us that know about it too and talk about it. But it's very interesting to look at light in that aspect as well.
Think about like when you think about what's the limits of mainstream science. Well, they'll say it's probably quantum mechanics or light, like the Hadron Collider, all these like neutrinos and all this stuff. It's really them just being confused. What is light? We don't really know what it is. And it's even fascinating because in the flat Earth debates, we'll talk about refraction and Bindi light and light years and everything that's, you know, the old school Christians were saying this is God. This is like the biggest mystery we're ever going to come across. What is light? Like, what's the point of it? What does it do? How does it work?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Light is a funny thing that we don't know about so a lot. Even our brains, we don't know a lot about all those things, consciousness. It's all linked, though.
Everything also seems to be inverted in that way of thinking. Basically, you just turn 180 degrees on what it is that they say, and you're going to come across the truth. They make a negative light on many aspects of, civilizations and the way of doing things, their sociology. Witches, for example, the runes, tarot cards, all sorts of mystical modalities. There's a negative light on it, and it's inverted. You know, they say don't believe this, don't think this, but actually you can turn it the other way. Like what's it called? Alchemists. You know, they say you shouldn't be believing in what they do, but in reality, you know, it's the opposite.
What do you mean by that? Does it work in reality?
I mean, what were witches anyway? What were they doing that was so bad that they had to hang them and burn them? You know, why is there a thing called the witch hunt? What were they doing that was so bad? Were they really evil, or were they, you know, something in the way of their agenda to quash mankind's understanding of and realization of where we are, what we are, who we are, where we came from?
Okay, but are you saying tarot cards and tea leaves work today?
Not saying they work or not, but it was just an idea of, you know, why there are so many rules within different societies that put a negative light on some aspects of belief or understanding so that they can quash an idea.
Yeah, I mean that's a really interesting question, because I don't know that I've ever, or I'll say it this way, I don't remember ever learning what the witches were doing, right? They were just witches, the Salem witch trials. She's a witch, badass,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it was never, you know, that was as much of the story as they gave us, right? So yeah, that's really interesting, because I've thought about that too with even Tartaria and whatnot. With an advanced civilization, you would think, how the hell did they overpower this? You know, who took this civilization down? Because the civilization that they took down was so grandiose and amazing. But one other thing that Carlos, you just reminded me of, if you guys haven't seen the movie Onward, it's a really great kids movie, but it's a truth bomb movie, big time, right? So I'll just give you one example, and it's not going to be too much of a spoiler, but the whole thing is that life used to be magical, and everything has dilapidated and fallen apart. And they show you this one magician trying to teach his pupil how to create light, and the pupil's struggling, and it's hard, and he can't do it. And then they hear this noise behind them, and in the next room, the scientist is showing everybody how he can flip a switch and turn the light on. And so then the pupil walks away from his teacher. So then you see how magic disappeared, right? That they show you right there how magic was overcome.
There's two movies in my whole life that really remain in my memory. as close as possible. There are many movies that I've watched from Hollywood, but these two movies have stuck in my mind, and I'll tell you what they are. One is called The Cube, and the other one, and it'll blow your mind. I tell you, have a spliff. It's called Nowhere. Have you ever seen that movie?
That's not ringing a bell.
Nowhere. Okay, it's a old house that they didn't want to sell, and they built the motorways around their house, and they wouldn't move. And their house was surrounded by motorway everywhere. And there's two guys in this house. I think they might have been brothers. And one ventured off one day out of their reality, out of their house, and to go to the city and pick up some supplies and stuff. It was the most nutty, absolute abstract movie I've ever seen. It's called Nowhere.
Huh.
Highly recommend it. Yeah.
And The Cube, you're talking about that one where those people are trapped in rooms that keep moving and switching around?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What's his name? John Malkovich?
What about it?
That's I think the actor's name. Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't in The Cube.
Oh,
Unless
wasn't
that's
it?
No. That's why I asked you, because The Cube was a really low budget, late '90s, almost like the predecessor to the series or the franchise Saw. Right? They were death rooms, right? And people were trying to figure out how to. Is that it?
Yeah. Right on. I mean, John Malkovich one really got me going as well. It's called John Malkovich as John Malkovich.
No, it's called Being John Malkovich.
Being John Malkovich, yeah.
Yeah, that movie was amazing. I had never. There's so many movies that I didn't see, and I've watched them while I was stoned. And Being John Malkovich was one of them. It was really good.
One that'll get your sides ripping in laughter is that the movie Nowhere. It'll just get you.
Yeah, I'll check that out this weekend for sure. Okay.
Oh man.
Hey, if you like sci-fi, there's a really good movie out that's free on YouTube right now. I think it's still on Prime as well, but it's called Infinity Chamber.
Never heard of it. Okay.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I watched it 4 to 5 times in 1 week because I was just so enthralled with it. Just kept watching it over and over again. I loved it.
Well, my 15-year-old daughter raves on about the series Squid Games. I haven't seen any of it, but
I've watched them. Yeah, I watched them. Yeah.
It's apparently pretty crazy. It's like an ongoing Mad Max.
Yeah.
Or Blade Runner, or what's that other one when they were running? Yeah, but yeah, it's good quality apparently.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I really enjoyed the music and the cinematography. I thought it was really well done. The ending for me was a bit deflated. I won't say anything more than that. I wasn't really impressed with the ending. But overall, I will say this: there was like 2/3 of the way through, there was a reveal, and it was a bit like Eyes Wide Shut, kind of like pulling back the curtains, showing you the players.
Yeah, I like some of those movies that are done in reverse, and like Hustle or Transporter or Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Terrence. Yeah.
Well, have you seen Memento? Yeah. Have you seen Memento?
Yep.
Yeah.
I quite appreciate. My dad looks exactly identical to what's his name? He did Meet the Fockers. What's the guy's name?
Ben Stiller?
No, the old guy.
Oh, Robert De Niro?
Yeah, my dad looks identical. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, classic. It's funny. And my
funny.
next door neighbor looks like this really famous British comedian with big googly eyes.
That doesn't ring a bell for me.
Big googly eyes.
Dame Edna?
Ronnie,
Marty Feldman.
Ronnie, you know, you got the two Ronnies, and one of them's got googly eyes. Well, there was another skit with another guy that's got even bigger eyeballs.
The only person I can think of is Marty Feldman.
Yeah. He looks like him. He's on a lot of comedies, from Hollywood. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty old now, though, eh? But his eyeballs are shrunk a bit.
I think he's dead now, though.
Oh, true. Well, that's an interesting side topic from what we were talking about just before.
Sure.
What we're talking about.
So what do you find in... Sorry.
You go.
What do you find enlightening about the cube?
And it was showing... What was it showing overall? I mean, a synopsis. I mean, a sort of a summary of the whole idea, that the motive and everything about the synopsis, I guess, was the idea of dimensions, and you're stuck in a box and you don't know what's out there. And why you keep coming back to the same old place.
Yeah. And then there's light at the end of the tunnel, right? That's how it ended.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all metaphor.
There was another movie I saw. What was that one? And he was an angel, and he went up, and he was in this white space, just this white space. That actor from Pulp Fiction, that African guy, black American.
Samuel Jackson.
What's his name? Yeah, he's awesome. Oh my god. You know that movie? And it was in, like, he went up the stairs, and Samuel Jackson was playing God.
I think that was Snakes on a Plane.
Hey?
No, it doesn't ring a bell. I've never heard of a movie where Samuel Jackson is playing God. No, huh?
Oh no, sorry, not Samuel Jackson. Sorry, the
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. Yeah. Oh my god, I was getting mixed up with the movie called The Man. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he blew that guy's head off in the back seat.
Talking about Bruce Almighty or Evan Almighty?
Don't you like that Pulp Fiction? No, not Pulp Fiction. What was it? Fight Club, and that Irish guy in the pub, and he stabbed the other guy's hand in the pub. Remember that?
I don't remember it, but
how do we know the shape of the Earth, really?
The shape of what?
Measurements. Observation.
Someone's traveling in a car. Out, and I can see a half crescent moon, and I can see the Southern Cross. Half crescent moons at around about 45 degrees or more, 50 degrees. Yeah.
What is it that makes that part lit, do you think?
I'd say it's the sun.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were a flat earther.
I am.
Okay. You can explain the phases of the moon on the flat Earth?
Yeah, well, it doesn't need to be the light coming from the sun and reflecting off the moon. It just needs to be because the sun is in line with the moon, and it is invigorating that side of the moon, whatever you want to call it, however you want to think about it. And it's just like a clock in the sky.
So is the moon directly? So can somebody in the North Pole see more of the moon lit? Somebody on the equator see half the moon lit, and somebody in the near the South Pole can see most of the moon black, or not see most of the moon, I should say.
Well, you might be able to see the moon crescent facing the other way.
No, but let's take a snapshot in time where the moon and sun are opposite of each other on the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, the thing is, and I discussed this earlier in chat, was it doesn't matter if you're standing on a ball looking at the North Pole or if you're on a flat Earth. If you put your arms out to east and west in your local, within your horizon, within that radius, you're going to have east and west as true. But if you have someone else or if you move around the latitude and you do the same thing, pointing north with your arms outstretched, you will find that if you follow those vectors of your arms, suddenly the east and the west are not actually facing in the same way that you thought. So therefore, there's no evidence that there can be a ball or a flat Earth relying upon the stars, the sun, and your local vector.
Aren't we talking about the moon? What does that have to do with the moon?
Because where is east really? Where is west really?
I don't care.
Just like,
Why does that have to do anything about the moon?
well, if you want to tie the heavenly bodies into your navigation on this earth, like using a sextant and the stars or the moon or the sun, then you're going to have to.
There's an error that's coming in.
Why are we talking about a sextant now?
Well, you're going to have to agree that it doesn't matter where you are. East and west are always going to be different vectors.
I'll agree that the phases of the moon don't care about a sextant or east and west. Do you agree with that?
Okay, well, even if you wanted to disregard the sun and the moon, if you just think about the stars and the North Pole and your way that you're facing towards the North Pole, east and west changes constantly.
That still has nothing to do with the moon. Can you explain the phases of the moon on the flat Earth, particularly when the sun is opposite the moon? What phase is that?
Sorry, not very clear. I think picking up a lot of road noise.
You're coming, please sort the mic out. Terrible mic. Your mic's disgusting, man.
When the moon is directly opposite the sun, what phase is that on a flat Earth?
Opposite the sun. What the?
Okay, the
Well,
sun
I
is
think
above Africa,
model,
the moon is above South America. What phase is that?
to answer your
Full.
question,
It's a full.
in a heliocentric model, you would say that's a new moon.
Did you hear me?
Sun is opposite the moon, it's a new moon?
No, I said it's a full.
Bad mic there, brother. You got a bad mic. Your mic is noisy.
Yeah, but you're.
Oh, okay. You mean opposite, not. Okay, so you mean opposite, not in line with. Sorry. So if you were in line with, it would be a full new moon. If you were opposite, as if Earth was a heliocentric ball, then you could say it would be a full moon.
Mic, an infernal racket.
Jen, I think you're lagging too, but it's a little bit of both.
I was on mute, genius.
Whenever you talk, we hear the sound of a road. Or some background white noise.
Right, but Jin was bitching about it when I was on mute, so that's retarded.
Well, it's because he's lagging, so it's both of you guys' issues.
Okay, thanks.
That's not me though.
Someone's mic is really horrible. It's crackly and infernal racket. Stop it.
So why is that a full moon for everybody, including the people south of the equator?
It just is, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this, Brad boy. If you're looking at the moon to determine where the sun is, you're gonna have a bad time.
Tough. Nothing but Chucky in the road.
See,
There's
that
a
really
lot of
hit him hard. Did you
discoveries
hear
to
that,
be
Jerry?
made
He's still thinking about
as
it.
far as the context of a flat Earth goes. So go ahead and make some discoveries.
Well, you'll discover if you look at the moon that the angle of the sun to the moon would imply that it's not always the sun lighting the moon.
Yeah. You know what? I haven't had
why that is.
I posted a video you should watch in the chat. I can post it again. It's by Jay Tolan Media. He goes out and observes the moon and the sun in the same shot. It's a video, so it's not like just a picture or anything. But he goes and explains what's happening, and you're just gonna have to see for yourself.
So I should believe a guy that doesn't know the difference between Lake Simcoe and Hudson's Bay? Sounds good.
Well, in the video, all you're doing is looking at the sky and determining based on what he sees. But as you can find out in the video, the angles don't make sense, and you're wrong. And
So again,
that's your problem.
Again, I'm trusting a guy who doesn't know the difference between a small lake and a huge part of the ocean.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't you just attack the person instead of taking each of his claims on their own? Okay. So if you've determined that his long distance observation is invalid, okay, fine. Now we're talking about something else. But if you just want to attack the man and disregard all of his claims because of something, go ahead. Why are you here?
He made a mistake about a thing one time, so we should never listen to him.
Did he correct it? Did he take down the video? Did he make a retraction video?
I really don't care about the guy. That's not the point why I mentioned him. What I mentioned was
you
the
trust the
video
dishonest
evidence
guy.
that would suggest the compelling argument that the moon isn't lit by the sun.
Okay,
I don't
so
care about the guy. I don't know if he is an abuser or I don't really even care.
Okay.
Post the video. About the evidence.
I'll watch it, then I'll attack the argument.
Okay, great.
While you're watching the video, Chucky, you should be at work.
No, genius, I'm driving to work. Shouldn't you be sponging from the government?
Remember, your life's all about work, remember? So why are you on Discord watching Flat Earth videos, you hypocrite?
Yeah, he's just upset that he's driving to work.
Am I driving to work, Don, or
What are
am
you
I
gonna
not?
do? What are you gonna do? Watch a Flat Earth video while you're driving to work? That makes
No.
sense.
Probably.
No.
When you get to the mine, you're gonna stop and quickly watch a Flat Earth video before work.
No.
That makes sense.
No. I'm gonna watch it after work. You busy, Don?
Fit into your day somehow.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
Just because you
got the
believe
government
the
in your mouth,
globe,
Don?
Tucky, doesn't mean that you're a nice person.
Yeah, that's true. Just because you're sucking at the teat of the government doesn't mean you're a nice person.
Which is sucking the teat more, working in a mine or sitting at a desk smoking weed?
I don't work in a mine.
Working at a mine or sitting at a desk smoking weed? What's sucking the teat of the government more?
Neither one of those.
Why did you say it then?
Do you accept government assistance?
No, not
Because
for
you have
you.
no job?
Not in your world.
Sorry?
I can't
I know
admit
you're not
stuff
the
to
same
you. I can't
country as
admit
me.
anything to you because you'll get it wrong tomorrow.
Oh, says the guy who says I work in a mine.
You do work in a mine. Listen to your
I do
mic.
not work in a mine. I'm
Listen
driving
to all
to
that
work.
mining happening in the background.
Oh, yeah? Is that a scoop? What's that mining action you hear?
You've got no business on Discord right now. You're trying to get to work.
I'm driving to work, genius. It's not hard to drive. Listen
Hi,
to
girls. Okay, you're both beautiful.
You're gonna crash if you're not careful.
I am being careful.
Let's move on, please.
In England, do you have a chocolate biscuit called Tim Tams?
I've never seen them.
Oh, bummer, man! You're missing out. Fuck, they're awesome. They're like these little bricks, and they've coated with chocolate with like this wafer kind of a thing, and some chocolate cream in the middle. And what we do is you bite one end off and you eat it, and then you bite the other end off and you eat it, and then you get your biscuit, your little brick, and you dip it down into your flat white coffee, and you suck it like a straw, and all the coffee goes into the biscuit, and you quickly whack the whole thing in your mouth. It's a chocolate hit from heaven, man.
What the?
Carlos, are you
pretty bloody good?
Pretty yummy, right?
Biscuits,
You know what we
Carla.
call it? We don't call them Tim Tams like they call them in the media. We call them coffee straws.
Listen, I'll just tell you what. The way that you just described that put a smile on my face, man. Honestly.
Sound like a child.
Well,
It's a Tim
every
Tam
now and
slam.
then to treat yourself and have a sugar rush.
Yeah, we made them over here, you Kiwi. They're not yours.
Oh man, busted. Yeah,
Another Aussie invention.
Yeah, they're
Trying
from
to be
Australia.
claimed to be someone else's.
I was trying to say that it was a New Zealand invention, but you busted me, you bastard. There are a lot of things that cultures steal from each other. Like the Americans think that they were the first ones for powered flight, but it was actually Richard Pierce. It was not the Wright brothers. And there's a whole list of stuff. Chinese reckon they invented the wheelbarrow. Oh my God! Now that's a story. That is a fishing story.
I've been researching critical race theory, and apparently America is founded on white supremacy. So yikes.
Yeah, it's kind of going off the deep end. I don't know if we should delve into that might
that would have come from England, right?
Be
it's
careful.
more of a class thing. You've got ruling classes even back then that.
I normally disagree with cards, but this time I agreed.
I just want to keep this channel going. I don't want it to be shut down, man.
Tell me about more biscuits, Carlos.
Who here didn't
You
know
tell us about your
John's genius
biscuit.
revelation?
What do you have in England that's so good?
Tell you what I like. These croissants with jam inside. But they're not all flaky. They're just in a packet. European ones. The jam's really nice.
Well, it's awesome that you can say that because, like, what would an American say their number one item is that just like no one else has got it? Would it be the Twinkie bar? Is that what it's called? A Twinkie?
A Twinkies.
Gonna get us
Steak
shut
John's.
down, Carlos.
We're talking about this sweet line of our
Too
menu.
much biscuit talk. We're gonna get censored.
At least it's lighthearted, and yeah. If you want to get serious, yeah, up to you, bro.
There's so many sweets here. I don't know how to narrow it down to see which one's biggest, but Krispy Kreme's pretty big for a lot of people.
Yeah, we have.
We just got that.
Yeah.
You guys are famous for having the most different stuff, like the hugest range of candies and chocolates and sodas and chips and crisps and all these varieties that we've never even seen over in our countries.
I mean, New Zealand's bakery goods and sweets are far too loaded with sugar. Just so New Zealanders have such a sweet tooth, it's unbelievable. I can't eat most of it because I lived in China for many, many years and they don't eat sweet stuff. But my dad used to come back from Los Angeles every year, and he'd bring back bags of American lollies and treats and stuff. And I'd never tasted these flavors before, like these lollies with cherry flavor and stuff. And they were just these flavors that just blew my mind. And I wondered what was in them, eh?
Bad science. That's what's in them.
We have a local American store here called Martha's Backyard, I think it's called, and they're all American goods. And all the stuff they're selling in there is, unfortunately, most of the stuff they sell in there is artificial flavors and coloring. And loads of corn syrup.
Foreign stuff's normally rubbish. I hate foreign candy stuff.
My daughter's crazy about those English. You go into the supermarket and they have different areas for different parts of the world imports, like Asian stuff. They have separated all of them, and one of them's the American aisle. She goes for these. What are they called? Like, I don't know. Am I getting confused? Is Reese's bar, is it American or Australian?
Yeah, the Reese's peanut bars, right? Peanut butter chocolate.
Well, there's the peanut butter cup, right? Reese's peanut butter cup, where you get two. The basic package is just two little cups in it. That was my favorite as a kid.
Ferrero Rocher has done really well. I don't want to use the word in a literal sense, but globally, it's taken the world by storm. This Ferrero, is that how you say it? You know those chocolate balls in the really fancy packaging with like clear diamond cut packaging.
Yeah, the Ferrero Rocher.
This is all great. We need to get to business. We need to get down to business and expose the lies. Come on, guys.
That is one massive company, eh?
Come on,
I
Jen, let's
agree
get this
with
going.
Don. This is a distraction about chocolates.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it all comes back to BlackRock and the other one, BlackRock and
Carlos is defending capitalism, and we have to move on.
Carlos, we might suspect you of being a controlled opposition agent.
Well, I'll go on mute for a while, and you guys conjure up a really good conversation. Come on.
Well, when are we going to plan this Antarctica trip? I reckon we should organize a bit of an Antarctica adventure. Ah, how much money did we need?
Well, how much have you got?
Don't worry about that.
Mr. Moneybank, come on, Mr. Moneybanks. How many people can we afford to take?
We'll get someone else to fund it. Some rich bastard.
See, you're jumping to the fantastical plan. We have to think of who to ask first.
Well, you got to put together a campaign first, right? And set some goals and work out how they're going to be achieved, and then sell it.
Well, there's this Australian
Even
guy.
you could videotape it, so it would be like a TV series as well. You could do it like that.
I've seen this Australian guy. He's got a channel, and he claims to be some type of a lord or some type of royalty in a way, and he discusses many different truths about the realm that we're on, and he claims to have gone through some type of illness or whatever, but he's totally loaded. That's the kind of guy that, you know, on his bucket list, he'd really want to spend the remains of his fortune on a trip like this, you know. So you just need to go to the old people's homes, the rest homes, and you could find someone that would fund it.
Oh, you're saying we need to go to extract the funds from the elderly.
Absolutely.
Carlos, you're giving me off these weird vibes.
What if the Globers come along and say to the old people, hang on, these flat earthers are scammers, you shouldn't give them the money. How are you going to combat that?
No, we're not.
We're harmless. We're just flat earthers. Give us your money. We're searching for truth.
We're going to find the pool, guys. It's definitely worth it.
Give us your retirement funds. We need to seek the truth.
Or we should do like City Life Church here in New Zealand. We have a church that is well known, and the leader of that church just recently organized the anti-lockdown protests, and in his church for donations, in front of every pew of the seat in his church where he can fill thousands of people, there is a card machine, you know, an FPOS machine where you can swipe your card, and he calls out for everyone to donate. And it's so handy because you can pay wave your card and you can just like suck your bank account dry. Yeah, he's he's quite a character, and he lives in a mansion. He's so wealthy, and it's all based on, you know,
What kind of people are following this guy?
a lot of nutters. I tell you, they are so sucked in by what he says.
Can you say who it is you're talking about?
Yeah, City Life Church. What's his name? He just organized recent protests with more than 2,000 people.
Are they connected at all to the big church in Australia here? That's the Hillsong Church.
Well, if they've got FPOS machines on their pews in front of everybody where they can pay wave their cards, you know, I think it might be at least in the same.
Hillsong sells itself as this like hip new, sort of type of Christianity that appeals to the younger kids, and they have Christian rock music and shit all the time, and but they're like one of the richest churches. They're huge, and apparently the leader goes overseas to the US all the time. And they, of course, there are abuse stories all over the place as well.
This isn't going to work, guys. I've got to tell you. Most modern Christians are globers because they want to get along with society. So that's not going to work. They're not going to fund you.
Maybe the Jesuits might fund us.
You got to find someone.
Yeah, well, what they say about Napoleon, and when they, went to what was the name of that place? They say they had 300,000 troops or whatever. There's no way they could have. There's no way they could have gotten through. With the amount of time that it took for them to go. It just doesn't make any sense. You've got Napoleon, you've got what's his name I was just talking about. Then there's a whole bunch of scenarios. Like, were the Mongols even really real? I mean, Genghis Khan. Come on, look at the population, look at the size of his army, and they conquered everywhere. Just, you need to think about it realistically, and you can calculate their food supplies, and you can calculate everything. It doesn't make any
You're in denial of
logical
the Mongols. Yeah.
It doesn't make much sense that that's even possible.
I think that might be racist. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Are we doubting history now? We're not going to just accept what's written in some book. Come on, somebody wrote it down.
Absolutely, my brother. You Luther.
But it's written down. It has to be true, right?
Well, they say the written word is more powerful than the spoken word, and that's why you have affirmations, and you can write things down that you want to get manifested into reality, and then you throw that piece of paper away. But that's the power of the written word, and that's why there were lots of book burnings back in the day. Libraries caught on fire.
Words in general, like you can't tell a lie without words. Right. So this is why when people are like, explain the ball earth to me, what, and use words that can be lies? Why not show me what you can't lie in? But that's never happens. Anytime it's just words, it's got to be a lie.
Believe half what you see and none of what you hear. Marvin Gaye.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
I think the Globers are speaking evil regardless of whether they know it or not.
Be to me.
Well, yeah, right.
I think there's an innate part of the human condition that they feel like they want to know things. So they're scared because they realize they don't really know anything. So they tell themselves these wild ideas. It's like a defense mechanism.
Well, what really broke me
They're scared to admit they don't really know much of anything.
From a wild horse to a tame horse. Michael J. Fox was my hero in Back to the Future, and then when I was working in a Italian restaurant called El Felice's in Christchurch, Michael J. Fox came over to do the movie Frighteners, and I got to meet him because I was serving him alcohol at the bar, and it really made me realize that this it's just something that in your imagination that is what they're trying to portray. when you see the actor in real life, you realize that it's reality is all in your mind. Because if I never met him in real life, he'd still be my hero today. Not that he's anything less, but it's just totally not what it came across as. Movies are so influential, eh?
They're very normal when you see them, right? You expect this like aura, you know, and
Yeah, he was just like this freckly little kid. He was like this freckly little 5-foot fucking kid.
Yeah, no, that's the one thing I've noticed of the few celebrities I've met. They're always shorter than like I guess than I pictured them, right?
Well, they purposely put the angle of the camera a certain way to make Michael J. Fox look no, not Michael J. Tom Cruise, make Tom Cruise look taller than he actually is, you know?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they give him platform shoes too. The illusion, man. That's what it all comes down to, is the illusion.
What's the name of that famous American comedian? And George, what's his name? He says it's a big club and you ain't in it.
George Carlin. And that club is the same one they beat you over the head with.
Yeah, classic. Oh God, that was the best show ever. Better than David Icke. Rubbed David Wilcox's face in the sand with that comedy, I tell you.
Isn't he an atheist, George Carlin? I can't remember.
I don't have a religion.
I think he makes funny jokes about Christianity. Can't remember if it's him or not.
Yeah, Carlin was an atheist.
Yeah, they call it the American dream, because you got to be sleeping to believe it.
If you want to see some funny Samoan humor, there's a comedian that goes by the name of it's called Laughing Samoans, and there's one skit that he does when he's directing traffic. Have you seen that? Laughing Samoans.
Is it a YouTube channel?
Just yeah, you could go on YouTube and just type in Laughing Samoans and you'll see the skit. You'll know the skit when you scroll through. You'll see he's wearing a hard hat police helmet and he's directing traffic. You'll just be splitting at the sides. Samoan humor is very unique. Has anyone heard of these two of my favorite musicians in the world? One, his name is Tigran Hamasyan. He's a famous pianist from what's the name of that place where the Kardashians come from?
Lansing, Michigan.
No, where the lady where her family came from, Estonia. Yeah, and there's another guy called Dafia Yosef. I think he might be Turkish, but they do a set together. Dafia Yosef, he plays like this type of guitar, which is a Turkish thing. It's like this big bulb of a thing, and Tigran Hamasyan. These two together are the world's top two musicians playing together. There's a rock fest. I think it might be in France. Rock fest, a jazz festival in France, and if you look up Tigran Hamasyan, he's playing the piano with his leather jacket on, and he reaches into the piano with one hand and manipulates the inside of the piano by pulling the, what do you call those, the metal prongs, what are they called? And he really gets into it. It's really a spectacle. The whole idea of this jazz is so well thought out and integrated. It's just mesmerizing. Yeah. Sure, I'm on my phone. I wish I could share a link.
Hey, Sinclair, did you ever put that link in for Jay Tolan's moon angle? I can't hear you at all. I see you lighting up, but I can't hear you, Sinclair.
Sorry. I posted in chat. You'd have to scroll up, but I can post it again. He was making a point that the angular size of the sun absolutely changes into some sort of ellipsoidic shape.
Yeah, but which chat did you put it in? Because I was looking in Livestream 1, I think. Oh, no, I'm in Livestream 2. I went to the wrong one. Never mind. Are we in which chat? Okay, never mind.
I posted it again. I think there's a timestamp on it, but
yeah, I got it. I was just in the wrong thread. I got it.
Yeah, he's got like not even in the first minute. He's looking at the moon and the sun at like sunset, and it doesn't look like they add up at all.
Yeah, I'd already started watching it. I just didn't finish it. Yeah, I mean that was actually one of the first things that I started to observe. Was looking at the moon and noticing that as well. One of the things that I haven't been able to do yet, and that just because of cloud cover here in Maryland and on the East Coast for the times that it came up, the past 2 months, when I think it's when the moon starts to wane, it wanes from the bottom up, and whenever you see the demonstrations that if you hold a ball up to the moon and you see that they have a similar terminator line, I think that when the terminator line starts from the bottom of the moon, I think that if you did that with the ball, I don't think you would get the same result. I just haven't been able to put it to the test yet.
Oh, he does that in the video. If you start the video like 15 seconds in, the first clip he runs through is that the angles don't add up, and he looks at it and he takes it. There's some pictures there, and it gives you the angles, and you can see really clearly that unless this video is doctored somehow, this is pretty damning evidence that the angles don't make sense on their model.
That's what really blows my mind, because in New Zealand, in Auckland here, so many times I've seen the sun and the moon together in the sky at the same time. The angles, they pretty much match up, but you'd expect if they're both in the sky at the same time, you'd see a full moon, not a half moon. So the angle does match up for the half moon, but if the moon was a sphere, you'd be able to see a full moon in the daytime, not a half moon. And I'm talking about the sun and the moon in the sky, both at around 45 degrees, somewhere around there. I don't know how that could be possible.
Yeah, I think too that if you're honest about the physics of it, if you've got such a distant singular light source, the object that's in that light source would always be fully illuminated. Because again, to get certain angles, like I've noticed, if you've got a 180 degree full moon, right? And then within a few days, there's only a minuscule degree change in the sky, but then you're losing, or you're getting a terminator line. You haven't moved that much in terms of actual space, not to still be a full moon. It's impossible. You would actually have to like move. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just insane. You know what I mean?
Totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah.
You know,
It's just,
within a few days, the moon is still in the same general area in the sky, but it's now half moon. In order to do that, you would, here on Earth, in order to change that kind of a degree for something that we would observe on Earth, we would have to completely change our angle of observation drastically to get that kind of parallax with
you would definitely have to move the distance between the Earth and the moon. You'd have to expand that distance to about the same distance between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah,
to that type of extent. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why it makes me think that the moon and the sun are much closer, and also much closer to each other, if not even on the same plane, maybe. Yeah, I really don't think that the moon is somewhere that we can just go to. It's not terra firma, and it's definitely I could see it more how a rainbow, more like something that's more not so tangible.
I love when they're like, but it has craters. No, it doesn't. It has these pattern, it's like seeing a face in a tree, right? It'd be like saying, oh, there's a face in that tree. No, there's not. It's just a tree. There's no face. You might see something that your brain interprets.
It's like the sky is like, you know how you have those what's the acrylic shelving, and you can put a LED light through them, and you can see how the light, like a fiber optics, the light sort of goes through this medium, but from underneath it and above it, you get a different hologram effect, as opposed to looking side on to the sheet of acrylic. It's kind of like that's what the sky is, and so that's how you see the stars. But when you get to a certain level in the atmosphere with some of these high altitude balloon footage that I've seen, there never is any stars. There never are stars. So are we going above that acrylic sheet? That barrier, that line, they're just not there anymore. That's why they're called celestial bodies.
Yeah, I think if the truth's going to be found, it's not going to be by taking some trip to Antarctica. If there's an excuse to be made, it will be made. So, this isn't something that's found. You just have to realize.
I wonder if Carlos has seen any high altitude balloons at night time. Maybe you can see stars then.
It's hard to hear the applause when the audience is turned.
Above them, so maybe that brightness blocks them out.
I'm not sure, but I think Carlos might be an agent.
Yeah, definitely gotta observe him more. Too quick to bring up Tim Tams. This is a red flag.
Well, you'll be talking about something, right? And then he'll chime in as if he's going to add something to it. And then at the end of his story, you'll realize that
Yeah,
it took you nowhere.
it was just about Michael J. Fox all along.
And if I was going to be some sort of agent of confusion or misinformation, I would do that. I would waste your time.
But I like Carlos. I think he either knows what he's doing or he doesn't.
See it that way. I just felt like it was dead air and he was just talking.
That's what they want you to think, Travis.
Alright.
His strongest
These guys are
idea
smart.
is that weather balloons or high altitude balloons have gone up through the star layer and never seen stars. You know, they've passed through and then the stars all disappear.
Did he say balloons? I thought he was just talking about getting to an altitude where that doesn't happen.
His evidence is seeing high altitude balloon videos with no stars.
Well, yeah, high altitude. Yeah. Okay.
I've seen those videos.
Yeah, that's high. That's higher than air traffic.
Yeah, I just watched 3. There's no stars. He's right, but I don't think that means they've gone through a star acetate. I just think that means that it's too bright of a day.
They have videos of those high altitude weather balloons at night.
At night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll put that in.
I think I got a video somewhere.
Carlos's best argument is what he said to RC Meisky the other day when RC kind of like pressed him on something. He said, "Well, fuck you."
See, that's the type of honesty we need. Yeah, I think I've seen this video. Does look like there's stars there.
Could be CGI. They do look twinkly.
Looks pretty flat in that video. But it also looks really warpy and bendy. That's some cool footage though. Regardless.
It's got the fisheye for
Yeah, it's definitely got some sort of fisheye or some sort of post-processing correction software.
Have you ever heard of the cult Love Has Won?
No. I've heard of Fire Woman, by the cult, and she sells Sanctuary by the cult, but I've never heard of the cult. Love has one.
It's one of these 5D ascension groups, people that want disclosure of the alien. They believe in the Palladian, the Galactic Federation. And they had this leader who said she was called Mother God, and she believed she was Jesus and Saint Germain. And she'd manifested on Earth as Mother God. And then she took colloidal silver, she went really blue. And then when she died, her cult, there was about 15 people living in like a commune. This is after they got kicked out of Hawaii, because Mother God pretended she was one of the Hawaiian deities. And that pissed off the Hawaiians. So when this woman finally died of cancer and colloidal silver and alcohol, they put her in the caravan, put lights around her and glitter all over her eyes because her eyes had sunk in. They think that they're disclosing how to ascend to 5D Earth.
How did you come across that obscurity?
I saw a Vice film exposing it, and then I found the actual channel and started watching their daily streams just before the mum died and after she died.
Don, here's a question for you. What's the point in knowing things if you can develop dementia and just forget it all?
I guess it's so that you can pass it down and not have it forgotten. The more we can understand truth and explain it to the next generation, we're trying to help shift away from a world of lies.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of effort into telling people all sorts of things that are confusing. Like, we spend most of our time trying to learn about all these things people are trying to tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee you're going to get dementia, so that's a pretty big gamble.
Well, like, what does it mean to forget something? Or to know something? Like, why would knowing something, it should be inconsequential? Like, because there are people who have autism you can't just, why would knowing something change anything?
But doesn't knowledge determine your behavior to some extent? So even a person who's autistic, whether or not they're self-aware, they behave in a way that is based on knowledge, right? I would think. I mean,
It allows the possibility to change your behavior, but some people will just be ignorant.
I don't know. I'm really going on a campaign, Don. I don't know if you were in the room when I brought it up.
No.
But I think that logic is a restraint. I think it's everyone uses logic because they're like a crutch to it. They need things to make sense logically. It's like, why? Why is that such an essential part of who we are. Is there another way? Is there another way to do things?
Well, wouldn't that be an aspect of control for someone who does use logic that way? Because then they have something you don't, and if they can explain it, whereas you might not necessarily need that explanation, but they're trying to influence you with that control mechanism.
Yeah,
right?
it's like a tool for manipulation. Or it's a tool for, I don't know, I just think it's a very limiting tool.
I think you can find logic. So it's illogical that we all exist and watch fake news.
Exactly.
But there's logic behind fake news existing. Right?
Yes. So we can't say it can be good and it can be also be very bad.
I think it's only useful if you need it to explain your reasoning. Your path of reasoning. It's not a good way to know things.
Yeah, I don't think God uses logic. Like, I think God reveals it to you. Like, say you're walking, right? And someone gets murdered right in front of you. What does that mean to you? Well, it doesn't really mean much of anything apart from I experienced it. You know, I was there. I saw it. Like, there's a lot of things that happen in life that we don't really need a reason for explaining these things. Like, why are rivers doing what they do? Well, they'll tell you a story, but does it really matter? I don't know if it really matters.
I think logic to me might just be my reasoning and, the basic assumption. But
maybe it is logical, but you're not seeing the whole picture. So to you, it's not logical.
Like, it's okay. Think about this. Does knowing what a river is that logic? If you know what a river is there any logic in that?
Yeah, I think you could. I think you can deduce the nature of physics and water mechanics. Sure, you've got eddies. You've got diffraction. You've got elevation. You've got flow. Sure.
If you want to go fishing for the day, it's logical to know where the river is.
And even then, to know where deep pools are, where the trout are going to be, right?
That's a good point. But knowing
All the logic means is that you can.
Say I use my logic to find a nice fishing spot because I noticed there were fish around that area. And then I go and then I slip on the rock and crack my head open and die. How did logic help me there? Logic got me into the situation that led to me dying.
No, you were illogical because you stepped on a rock that was covered in moss, you silly person. No, but even think about that, right? Weren't rockets or some sort of aviation developed because of somebody observing a salmon swimming upstream?
Oh yeah, a lot of it's based on nature.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to think about it more. I don't know if it's me being contrarian or what. I really want to argue against logic being the only way to know things.
I think I think that you're pointing out the negative use of logic where it's a control mechanism. That's for sure.
It's when people explain their reasoning and the logic's false, but they explain it as logical.
I think like when you start, because it's like in computer, like when you do computers and you do software design or coding or whatever, you start somewhere and everything based on that is just logic. So if-then statements. If I believe this, then everything after this must follow, right? So that's pretty much how you get all these really super deep codes and software and scientific ideas. They take you down a rabbit hole that if you accept this, then this can also be true. And at some of the end of these logical conclusions, they don't even have to be true in reality. They can just take you down a rabbit hole into Narnia world and it'd all be true the whole way down.
Yeah. I've had religious people do it, and they say, so this is the logic of God. If God is all powerful, if God is all this,
Yeah.
then they've given him all the powers.
Yeah. Then here's the story behind. But it's like, I feel like when you say, it's a logical thing to say, if this, then this. So if I define, you know, the world to be this, then I can tell my story about it. You know, so they're just telling you a story. Okay, what is Earth? Earth is defined as, and then here's my story. You know what I mean? I think I heard Rakia the other day saying if is like the big word is if.
The big flat Earth one is atmosphere has to have a container. The logic of the container has to be there because we've seen cans of gas on Earth. Because we've already denied gravity, there has to be a sky roof. It's bad logic, but they'll say
Well,
it's
the
logic.
same logic as, you know, there's like, look up in the sky, there's a ball, that means the Earth is a ball. Or, you know what I mean? Like, look, there's a gas tank, that means the Earth is a gas tank, or something.
But I would say there's a ball in the sky. So balls in the sky exist. So we could be on a ball in the sky. That's logical.
But that's like saying, like, there's 10 cans.
It keeps Globe
we
Earth
live on a
alive.
10 can.
Keeps Globe Earth alive because we've seen Spaceballs. So you don't have to measure it. You can just say it's logical to think we might be on one. Yeah, maybe that's a good point. Someone's logic is
Well,
not,
saying
is not
something's
logical to someone
logical
else's.
doesn't mean that it is.
Right, yeah. Someone's
But
logic
what
is
Don
illogical.
said was logical. That was a logical truism in his mind, because it made sense, and he
to
gave
me.
the logic to explain it. But his logic wouldn't be my logic. It'd be different logics.
Are you talking about the difference between logic and truth?
Well, that's all what logic deals with, is making truth claims. Like,
Well, no, not really. Logic can something can be logical but not truthful.
Yeah, there's logic and then there's reason. Like, you can reason to a certain thing, which isn't logically, which isn't logically.
it's like a deductive.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas logic is, if it's like things that are in consequence if something else, and then reason is like the deductive, like backwards version.
Yeah, logic is like mathematical. You know, it's like 1 + 1 = 2. So.
Yeah.
So 1 + 1 = 2 is Dawn's. I see balls in the sky, therefore the Earth is a ball. That logic is sound.
No, Earth might be a ball. I'm not going to go all the way. It's definitely a ball because I've seen a ball. But Spaceballs exist. That's the logic, because I've seen one.
So what's Don's logic? What's his statement?
I've seen the moon appear as a sphere. So space spheres exist. So Earth could be a space sphere.
Well, there's a challenge with the word space because everywhere you look is stuff. So it would have to be in something.
In the sky.
But yeah.
Balls in the sky with nothing around them exist. So Earth could be one.
But it's in the sky.
That's logical. But then you've got to deal with, all the arguments about, that we would see the curvature. We'd see the curvature. We'd see the geometry would would be there to prove it.
Well, I don't need to deal with anything because I've got my logic.
Well, if that's all, if that's all you want to go off, then
yeah,
good for you.
I've got some other ones, but that is a big part of it.
What's true for me is.
I think I can simplify it. I think I can simplify it. Objects in the sky exist, so we could be on an object in the sky.
Well, the problem with that is that guy is up there.
Right, that's exactly what I was going to say, because everywhere you go, you have something beneath you, so you're never going to see anything else but something above you. So you can't both be above and below at the same time, or can you?
But my argument is just, we could be.
Right, but we just, I think, demonstrated how it's possible that that's not possible.
Yeah, but my logic is still enough to know that I could be.
Yeah, but that's a probability.
Yeah, but that's why you don't stop there.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. Probability and possibilities.
Like, it could... Okay, I was asking someone this earlier, Don. I'm going to ask you. Are there more ways to be wrong about something than correct about something?
I would say it's easier to find multiple ways of being wrong because you could say anything else in reality, right?
So think about the statistical probability of you being wrong about something. It's almost like it's almost like near infinite number of ways to be wrong than to be right.
Oh, yeah, I agree. We'll never get to the 100% truth. But I could be on an object in space. I think that's still true.
You could be. What do you think the chances of that are? Or like,
I think
probability-wise?
99%.
No, like, what's the factor? There's like, you know how they have those factors of determining probability.
99 out of 100.
No, because Michio Kaku gives one. He's like, we're probably wrong at upwards of around a factor 10 to the 134th something.
I think he means the whole cosmos, you know, how much matter exists, how it's all moving. He's one crazy dude.
Michio Kaku is an interesting guy. I heard him lecture at my community college once. He went on for 3 hours talking about how much we really don't know. But here's some cool stories. Like, that's how, because he's like a theoretical physicist guy. So he wasn't only talking about Big Bang, he was talking about steady state, string theory. He talked about a whole bunch of different things. He's saying we're living in like a world where any one of these ideas could be true. And he's pretty much said we don't really know. And it was kind of used as a way of inspiring the college kids, right? I was like, well, that's pretty cool, and, you know, ambiguous answer to... He wasn't saying he's like not Neil deGrasse. He wasn't saying we knows this or whatever. He's a weird guy.
They're just making up a religion, basically, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson also came and did a little seminar thing about space and, you know, how he does his shtick. But it was different because Michio Kaku will talk about the theoretical possibilities of all these different situations. And he says, good luck and choose from any one of them. They could all be right. Who knows? But Neil deGrasse Tyson was explicitly describing the Big Bang as a matter of fact. Like, he'll say 13.7 billion years ago, this happened, and this happened. And he tried to blow, he's like, you know how he tries to blow your mind? Like, oh my God, you're so impressive. This is insane. I can't even, like, wow. Like, that was his way of doing it.
Like he's masturbating in front of you, eh?
it was like, yeah, he expected us all to be like jaws on the floor. Holy shit, bro. You're blowing my mind.
He's got to be one of the dumbest smart guys that there are, hey?
He's one of the most confident liars you'll ever witness.
Right, like Glover's always telling us how wrong he is all the time, but no one's ever correcting him.
But he's making millions lying to people confidently.
On about NDT, Michio
Yeah.
Kaku.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I kind of respect Michio Kaku a little bit. I think he knows deeper truths. But Neil deGrasse Tyson will confidently lie to you. And he makes a lot of money doing it. So
Yeah, Kaku seems to be a little bit more honest about how theoretical he is and their field is.
Oh, he has
Whereas,
no problem telling you it's fantasy world. And
Yeah,
that's why he doesn't
yeah.
use the science. I really appreciate how he talks about these kind of things.
Yeah, and we've got examples of his quotes that show that. Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson,
He'll
he's
tell
a
you as if
different.
he knows.
He's like, yeah, what we know is what this is real. You know, this is true. Every now and then he'll slip it in. You know, this is where theory's at this point, but not very often.
That's the dangerous part about this. It's like they're just suggesting you things, and it's a take it or leave it thing. And I always mention this quote of Trump. He's like, people love their space. And I think people eat this shit up. So he keeps dishing it out. You know, no fault on the guy for, hustling and making money the way he's doing it, but it's dishonest only in the sense that this is what the people want. They like to hear about this story.
Mm. This tells me that Joe Rogan is a bit of a shill because he's had Neil deGrasse Tyson on twice or three times, and he's never had Mike Passio on or David Icke. He's obviously working for the bad people.
I think he's just being careful to tread a line. But I totally agree with your criticism.
Biological extension, that would make Alex Jones a shill too, because he was on there.
They're all shill. If you're on that show, you're a shill.
I like Alex Jones, but I know he's got issues.
I think he works for the British government.
I think he doesn't talk about the Jews. He blames it on other people. That's like his stick.
I think he's Bill Hicks.
He does look and sound like.
Yeah, I think I'd like him more if he didn't fake his voice. I just can't believe anybody talks like that.
I think it's kind of like him knowing what the audience likes. And when he did that funny meme video, people know him as the funny meme video guy who says weird things. So he does that
makes millions
more
from
often
that.
now. It's like a highly exaggerated and absurd caricature.
Have you seen him in court when he's trying to explain himself over the Sandy Hook?
Dude, I watched
stuff?
that whole thing.
It's amazing.
Dude, I watched that whole thing because that's what got me into flat Earth.
He gives in like a child, and he does apologize, but he also stays stubborn throughout, and I still believe some stuff about it.
Dude, I don't know if it's allowed to even talk about this, but that event really got me more into conspiracies, more so than 9/11 did.
Yeah.
Because that one, I thought there was a satanic element included for ritualistic reasons at such a high degree that it was almost completely profane.
Brainwashed incel, supposedly kill school, get rid of guns, parents laugh on the news.
Well, just the whole
Lots
story.
of red flags.
Like, none of it added up. Like, they had so many things. They would, like, take the kids and walk them around the school like twice. It's like, what the hell is going
Yeah,
on
those
here?
spirals from the helicopter footage when they're
Oh
going in and
yeah,
out
dude,
the
it's
doors.
weird.
Wow.
It's weirder than 9/11, that's for sure. But it's one of those, oh, children are in it, therefore even talking about it is vile. And I think that's a pretty smart way of doing it.
You guys know about the sloppy sniper?
Is that related to the Hook incident?
Yeah.
Was he hiding in the tree line or something?
No, there's pictures of the guy. He's one of the parents, but he's dressed up like a fucking like a sniper, like an FBI sniper. But he doesn't have any. He's not wearing any stuff that identifies him as FBI. Just like the uniform, the jacket, the body armor. But he's carrying his rifle like slung over his shoulder, where it's kind of just pointing behind him, like he has no control of it. And it's like, fuck, nobody that handles a weapon would fucking walk around like that.
Well,
you know.
I think that is that
He
they
turns away
call
from the camera,
around-
yeah.
They call around and say, "Hey, patriots with guns, we need numbers. Come out and walk around this building."
No, but remember when the camera, he like, damn it, my
Yeah,
camera
and he
was on
made sure to kind of hide his face, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude,
It was crazy.
Even like, it's hard. I would ask, or I would suggest that everyone, if you can still find it on the internet, any of the I think there's some girl who did a really good expose on it. But anyways, if you can find anything related to those events, that would be. It's hard to find that shit nowadays. But that one, there's one of the guy who lost his kid in the incident is about to do a press release, and then he's like laughing and cracking up, and then they're like, let's, and then they kick on the interview, and he's like in tears. It's like, wow, this is.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is.
I
and he's
think-
like an actor or something. I don't know.
I think there's like a 0.1% chance Itcher can explain him having a joke off camera and then quickly coming in and going back to his sadness. But 99.9% that is acting.
Well,
The
even
bot-
the stories, the testimonies of the people that live nearby, they said like they practiced with kids, and the kids came into their yard like a week before the event, and they were doing this practice. They were practicing lines and saying stuff, and you can't find any of that shit on the internet anymore. But I remember watching it. RV, Russian vids had a bunch of great videos on it.
Yeah. If you get Yandex, then look on BitChute and other places on Yandex, you can find better stuff.
What about like the Boston Marathon bombing?
That one never really like. It was like a. I mean, like, it probably was 100% fake. But it never really gave. It didn't really like. Couldn't tell what they were trying to do, like other than build morale for Boston.
Well, to me, it's even more obvious than Sandy Hook, because there was a couple of different people that took pictures, like of the scene as it was going down, but they weren't in the media and they were up above, and like you can just like the story, just the official story, it doesn't add up. You know, they try to say that that guy got his legs blown off, and then that the guy rushed over and grabbed him and put tourniquets on him, and then put him in the wheelchair and pushed him down, and that's that famous photo of Cowboy Carlos pushing the guy with his legs blown off. And when you watch the photographs, right, because they've reconstructed it, and there's a big clock, so they have that's in the picture so that you can see what time everything happened. Fuck, it took like 15 minutes. They sat there, they had a group of people gathered around that guy while they did his makeup, right, for his blown off legs. And then, you know, you should check out that PK guy. He has a thing called Attack of the Trouser Bombs.
You can still find that on BitChute, I'm pretty sure, if you just look for Attack of the Trouser Bombs. Or there's another, like, kind of a long, couple-hour documentary called The Boston Unbombing. And that guy goes through all the photos and just shows you that shit was fake as hell. That kid that they blamed it on, the federal public defender that he got was the same public defender that defended Zacharias Moussaoui and some other, like, chill type defendants. But she said in her opening statement, "We all know my client is guilty, but we're just here to answer the question, why did he do it?" What kind of fucking defense attorney would say that?
Damn.
And then all she had to do was show those photographs, and she could have fucking roasted any one of their witnesses, right? Because again, like, they had that Cowboy Carlos guy up on the stand, and he testified, and you know, a freaking second-year law student could have tore him up with those photos and been like, "Wait, your story is what? You said you did what? Well, how come these photographs show you standing around waiting for these people to work on this guy?" And then none of the victims went to the hospital. All of the victims, they had this tent that was down the road, like a medical tent. And there was only one ambulance that picked up anybody. And otherwise, they just pushed people in wheelchairs down the street to take them to that tent. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I never really looked much into it. I kind of auto-hoaxed it, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a waste. It's a waste of time to even look at it, really, because you just, you know, you're better off just going, "Okay, I know it's fake," and moving on.
I remember they made a movie about that one with Marky Mark in it.
Yeah, and the lady that got her legs supposedly blown off, and the guy that got his legs blown off, they got married, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. The shit runs deep. It flows deep, man. I think they use that to, again, kind of go after guns and to play up the police power thing, because like when they were searching for that Sarnoff kid and his brother, they like locked down the city. You know, people weren't allowed to leave their homes downtown Boston, and that's the thing too, is they killed that guy, right? You know, his brother, they freaking killed him, shot him and killed him. So, and that I like that event because it points out to people that, because most people are just like, they don't understand the depth of like the corrupt system, right? That you could have the FBI and the Department of Justice and the state police and all of these organizations, you know, plus the media, all working together to lie to people. You know, they don't believe it, and so when you kind of show them like photographic evidence, I don't know, it helps. That's what got me on Sandy Hook, was that that guy Wolfgang, I can't remember his last name, but he was like he studied school shootings.
Blitzer? The old guy with gray hair?
Yes.
Blitzer, Wolfgang Blitzer.
No. Well, that's the CNN reporter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Is that not him? That's not who you're talking about?
No, this guy, he was like a some kind of like cop for a while, and so he studied school shootings. And when the Sandy Hook thing happened, he called them because just like his kind of normal practice, whenever there was a school shooting, he would call the schools and he would just ask questions, right, just to get details about the story.
Yeah, is he a heavy set guy?
A little bit, yeah. He's the guy that the parents sued because he's the one that kind of started the whole Sandy Hook's thing.
What you're talking about?
But he said that the state police came and visited him, and they told him, you know, you don't want to investigate this, you know, drop this, and that actually spurred him on to, you know, research it more. Then the parents ended up suing him, and they, you know, and he was like looking forward to it, right? Because if they go to court and there's a lawsuit, then he can file discovery, and they have to hand over all of these records. And so they sued him, and then the day that they were supposed to, the first day they were supposed to go to court, they dropped the lawsuit. But that was after he had already, you know, hired lawyers and all this stuff. And then the judge ruled that he had to pay the legal fees of the other side, even though they dropped the lawsuit.
It's all mine. It's all mine. The live stream is mine.
Milk it, mate. Milk it.
Crap, why is the chat dead?
They raided it this morning. Bunch of globalists all came in and talked about doxing and figuring out who people are, and Don's been holding the fort. The debookers are in full force.
So everybody left, just left.
No, I was just joking around. I don't know. When I got here this morning, it was like it.
I used to worry about that every night in Brandon, so I would go to bed and somebody would kill the chat with their nonsense. And I haven't been worried about it here because everyone's been good, but I clearly had some misplaced faith.
What I mean, it's a hard order, especially when you're the guy who said, I'm going to take responsibility to make sure it keeps moving forward. And there's lots of people who don't want it. They want Flat Earth to die. Like the guy, I don't know if you heard yesterday, dude I was talking to, I said, if you were king for the day, what would you do to Flat Earthers? Yeah, round them up, re-education. I'd make Flat Earth illegal, and once I got that done, I would make it a national holiday and ring the bells every year for 24 hours when it came around.
That's just silly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the type of people who are on the globe side. In their mind, that makes sense. If that's their end game,
Where were we in last night? 2 or 1?
I think 1, if I remember. Yeah, when I left last night, because they were talking a lot of the September 11th stuff.
Yeah, I think we were in 2 when that was going on with the 9/11 shit. Is 2 streamed on YouTube? I want to go back and see what happened. If it was fucking Democ, I swear to God. A lot of these people are walking they're skating on thin ice. Jen, Democ, Pete Shea, people like that just go off and can't control themselves.
Yeah, that's probably a problem too, because if Flat Earthers are the problem in Flat Earth, then the globalists win. That's game over. That's how I'm able to really explain globe Earth, because globe Earthers are the problem.
Hold on a second, Chris. Wendy, you were doing a good job last night. However, we want there to be like a natural flow to the conversation. So like, we don't have to know every time how long somebody talked, or let it go kind of naturally.
Gotcha.
You did good, though. You did good. It was a good start.
Thanks for the advice, man. I'll take it.
Now, when you have somebody like Jen and Zanuck, they need heavy, moderation. So you did good. Ugh. I'm gonna have to just DM Geo so you can go back and see what happened with the chat. That shit pisses me off right there. I know something fishy happened. It didn't just happen naturally, I'll tell you right now. Somebody did this not, I don't want to say on purpose, but somebody made this happen.
I can go back and listen. It's pretty easy. I'll just play it at like double speed and just roll it back and.
Yeah, I don't know if it was. I think we were in 2 though.
Yeah, I can do both.
Alright, good shit, Craig. Good shit. Like that shit, whatever happened last night needs to be solved fucking immediately because I don't want to be worried when I go to bed that the fucking chat's gonna get ruined. That's gonna make people not want to come here. And they're gonna go sit in fucking gems or something. The last time I went to gems, I was arguing about the average and the measurement thing, and because they broke out. I was arguing the spherical excess thing with them for like, I don't know, 2-3 days once. And in the end of it, I was like, yo, you guys don't even have the fucking measurements. I was like, these are averages. I brought it to Bev, and Bev's like, no, this isn't a measurement. I was like, oh. I was like, how do you know? There's too many seconds, too many decimal points past the minutes or something. And I was like, oh, all right, yeah, that makes sense. You'd just be guessing. So I brought it to him, they're like, oh, that's an average. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Just, let's see the actual measurements. And they're like, we don't have them. The average is the measurement. I'm like, no, it's not. So I was arguing with that about Jem last time, and he was just fucking screaming at me, just just obnoxious. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna go back there. I miss chemo though. Chemo doesn't come out of there. Hey, you will once in a while, but
Yeah, kind of the last thing I'm seeing right now is there's a big discussion that at 5 in the morning, which I think is 6 my time, but I think the server is 1 hour back.
is it somebody going crazy over talking or something?
No, I'll just look. I have it turned down. It's just farming ganja, sin cleanser, Stacy, Chucky, that weird toxic dude, who like is super toxic in chat, but when he talks in voice, he's like somewhat human. Jerry, and there's one other person I didn't. Oh, Don.
Oh, you know what? I think I woke up and jumped in at one point. I remember hearing Stacy. Now that you say that.
Yeah, then it seems like it just organically. I mean, if I go back and listen to the audio, so that was there's a lot of stuff posted in chat too, so it's hard to get that. So 5:22 server time.
It might have organically died. That's weird, but because every day since Geo made the server, I've came in and it's been there's been mad people in it, especially at this time right now.
Yeah, then it goes into a discussion to see Rakia, Don, and Zeppy are just texting. Oh, with Mark Taylor. And then Don goes to warning. And then Chuck and Captain Bullshit jumps in there for a while to do a victory dance. Then a bunch of more goons come over. So yeah, he must have went over there to Gems and said, Don just got banned, but didn't realize it was just, the warning's only temporary.
Wait, who got banned? Don?
Don was on warning for like 30 minutes or something, which I think it means you can't post or put you on a 30-minute time.
On which server was he warning?
DAWN.
Eh?
DAWN. That Don.
No, who was Okay, who was he? Which server was he on morning?
Here.
This server is Crit. Was it DAWN that Dawn?
Yeah. The Don. Don. Yeah, just regular Don. I know what you're wondering. The name he goes by. He changes his name all the time. Was it the King? Was the King Frog from Shakespeare?
Yeah.
The Toad King, or whatever.
Yo, Don's a fucking problem. I'll tell you right now. What it is with that guy, but he attracts more problems than anyone I've seen. Since he's been in Brandon's, I've had to handle so many fucking issues with this guy. I don't know why.
He's on the defensive though, right? You got people posting his photo. You know, globalists go after the people they're scared of. They got this cult of personality where they want this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who starts it, but yeah, it seems like it's always I gotta always handle somebody like trying to
go after
dox
him.
him or
Yeah.
something.
So if you remove him from the problem, they'll just move on to somebody else. They got a seek and destroy order hit list of people they want removed. And at the end of the day, their goal is all flat earthers. They just kind of like pared down their rhetoric in places they don't have a lot of control. Which is why Chemo's really the only flat earther left on Gems. They just went systematically one by one.
Nah, Brian was there. Brian was there yesterday screaming at him. I was listening on YouTube for a minute.
Brian Mabbott?
Yeah, he just screams at him. No, it's not really. It's not really interesting to listen to. At least Chemo.
That's what they got left.
At least but Chemo's good though.
He's staff, right? Chemo's staff, or is he no longer staff?
I mean, him and Jem are buddies. I don't know.
Yeah,
If
so
it
if
wasn't-
you've got someone staff, that doesn't really count, does it?
If it wasn't for Chemo, well, I mean, I don't think he's a paid shill or anything. He's still,
No, I mean, but
he's
server
still on our
staff.
side.
Yeah, server staff, like moderator.
Yeah, he's a mod. He's a mod.
Yeah. I mean,
But,
that doesn't really count towards like the total. I mean, if you're the only flat earther left is a mod and some guy who screams, they've done that was their goal. That's what they did.
They probably get a couple flat earthers in every once in a while, but
I think Witsit hangs out over there. I've seen him.
It's a server designed to not debate. Everything right from the very beginning is horseshit.
For me, it seems like more of like a hangout place than anything else.
I mean, sometimes that shit is boring. The other night I went to listen to it, it was just crickets. No one was even talking, and there was like 40 people in there. It's like, yo, how? You guys got nothing. You were the most boringest people in the fucking world, or something.
I mean, it was kind of fun for me for a while there when I was, going on the show and we're talking about like election stuff, because a lot they get this idea that a lot of flat earthers are right wing, and I'm like, no, like they're, for me, it's just as batshit as the left wing. I go like,
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would guess most flat earthers aren't even really political.
yeah, so
for
it
the
was
most
kind
part.
So it's kind of fun to add. I mean, like to be there for like a lot of QAnon stuff and talk about that. And we just basically just left Flat Earth alone, But then it's like in the text chat though, it would trigger people out that I was on the show, and the whole chat turned from like hate on Kosho to just shit talking me. And I took the bait one too many times, and then that's spam, and they put me like in the cog diss section. And I just was there for like weeks. I was like, "Fuck it." They're like, "Oh, wait, no, you didn't get banned."
Did they have a Cognis?
Yeah, it's called Just Shit. And you can only
just like on the Q servers, the same one as on Q server, Quantum Erasers.
No, on Quantum Eraser, they've got They've got the Woodshed. No, there's one.
There's the Woodshed. It's called the Woodshed.
Well, they've got 3 of them. When I used to go there. So there was some sort of timeout room where you can't post, but you can still talk in VC and stuff. You just can't post any text. Then there's the Woodshed, which you only see the Woodshed. Then there's the Ice Wall. And if you're on the Ice Wall, you basically log into the server. It's just the one room. You don't see anything else but the Ice Wall.
I used to actually be in the ice. There was a server called I think it was the Ice Wall. It was with that fucking crazy Russian guy, Sheeple. This guy used to put a level up to his
Yeah.
computer
I
monitor.
don't.
He had like
He's
a
not.
6-inch level.
I think he was from Cyprus. He's a fucking idiot. I really disliked him.
He had a thick ass accent. It was very hard to understand, but this guy would put a level. I think he's a mostly flat earther.
Yeah, that was a shitty server. I think he banned me.
Which one is this?
Mostly level. When I was in there was just him, and then like fucking like 3 kids in there or something. That was everything.
Yeah, they would hang out and play like Minecraft or some shit, which I'm not against, but like there was not really.
It's kind of weird
It
to
just
do that.
wasn't
That's
good.
like an old guy doing it with kids.
It just wasn't a great conversation. That's all.
There's
No.
a server called like the official Flat Earth server, and there's not one Flat Earther on it.
Where is this?
Like, let's do like the Discord thing, official.
Fucking with them yet? I mean, nobody's in.
What server was that again?
What's up?
Modern day debate.
No, just open debates is the name of the Discord server. Like nobody's in voice chat, so I don't even see a voice chat room in there. Oh yeah, I do. It's debate 1.
Are
I don't
any
even
of
know if
you
I'm a-
experts in? Are any of you experts in Profibus?
Experts in what?
Profibus.
Roofing?
Profibus bus.
Proofreading?
Profibus.
Spell that again.
Profibus.
BUN?
BUS.
Profibus? I have no idea what that is.
Profibus?
Yes, Profibus or Profibus. I don't know.
I never. What does it mean?
It's a bus. It's a single bus.
It's a bus.
It's a it's a interface signal, like a protocol to transfer
Oh
signal.
no, I never heard of it.
Anyways, I hate.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I can make a link to invite. I joined the server just to get a link, but none of the channels I give you access to.
Up top. Do it up top where the server name is.
Yeah, the only option it gives you is leave server.
Really? Does it have like change nickname, hide muted channels?
Yeah, just.
Oh, Geos doesn't have an invite. Oh yeah, it should be on top. Boost, invite, notification, settings.
Yeah, here. I'll send you a screenshot.
No, it's fine. I believe you. You don't have to. That's weird.
The guy who's called Steve A, is that Steve from the Righteous, like the QE Nathan Oakley server? Let me check here. Okay, hello Steve.
What's up?
everybody is migrating around. Like at the one point, I felt like almost every time I was like joining Discord, there was like a change. Suddenly, like nobody is there anymore. And suddenly, it was new server instead. It was kind of strange.
So what do you think of those photons?
Very nice, very cool, and funny.
Science. What do you think about science?
It's
Think they know
very
something?
cool, very cool, very cool.
They're fucking liars, right? So you come out here, you come out here preaching your science that we all know are fucking liars.
Are science people?
Yeah, so every fucking one of you guys. You come out here with the
Well,
lying bullshit.
I'm not science. I'm a person.
Yeah, I know. But that's what you parrot. That's what everybody parrots. Liars.
Okay.
Hard to believe, huh? Hey, they didn't land on the moon, I'm nuts. So then when you start talking about chemicals.
Why are you trying to trigger the room?
I'm trying to trigger the room. Why would
I
I
know
do that?
that.
Well,
I don't
because you
know.
don't know a fucking thing. That's what my point I'm making is you guys come out here claiming knowledge, and I'm calling bullshit.
I was here before you. You are coming here and triggering me.
I'm not triggering anybody. If you get triggered
Yes,
because
you are.
you're a fool.
Sorry, not triggering. You're baiting. That was more proper word.
Baiting?
Yes. Yes.
Liars? I'm not baiting liars.
You're calling everybody a liar. That's baiting.
Here, Funk, can you
Well, you have to
understand?
be.
Funk, you realize that the majority of the people who call it the lunar mission have jack shit to do with flat Earth. Matter of fact, some of them consider
Interesting.
flat Earth to be a controlled opposition meant to discredit, like, truth movements.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, look it up, dude. It's like there's a huge amount of people who
Flat
think the flat.
Earther. What am I supposed to Google?
Well, we're
Bart Sabel would be a good. The guy who did all the
Bart?
documentaries. Bart Sabel, yeah.
Bart Sabel.
Yeah, so it's not triggering, dude. What you're doing is you're applying some sort of failed logic and reason about what flat earthers are, then applying that to Steve. I mean, have you ever talked to Steve before? Ever once?
Yes.
Okay.
Many times.
So why would you go complete Mongo when he's not even done making his point yet?
No, I said his that's the point. That was part of the point, because he made like 10 points in like under a minute.
No, I made
Which
one point.
that's not normal.
I made one.
No, you didn't. You said
1 point. You're a liar.
no.
So am I.
You said
So
things that are.
Everybody in this fucking room is a fucking liar. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What the fuck are you saying?
You have not been told 1 fucking ounce of truth. Okay.
I haven't
You're on
said
your
anything
own.
yet.
You're on. No, you have. You said a lot of shit.
What did I say?
You think the globe?
I didn't say anything about the globe.
No, I've heard you before though.
No, I was asking what I was talking about was with Don, and asked, "Oh, is Don? Did he got a warning on the server?" And he said yes, and I said,
Oh yeah,
"Okay."
you guys were talking about bullshit. Yeah, what about
And
it?
then I asked, "Does anybody know anything about Profibus?" And nobody knew anything about Profibus. And I said, "Yeah, okay."
And like I said, you can't.
And then
defend
you
it.
came in here and said, "Science, people are
Defend it.
liars, and science is a lie." And
Defend your
that's
science.
baiting.
Defend it. Go ahead. Tell me
I'm not
something that you
gonna.
think.
I'm not
Tell
gonna
me something
defend
in science that you
science
think
is
is
a lie.
It
This is
is.
the weakest argument I've ever heard.
Well, what do you mean?
Because
The truth
Steve, you're a
community,
liar. Defend yourself.
the truth
Like
community
how
is
goes?
tearing,
Who starts a debate or
the
discussion like
truth
that?
community. Are you done? The truth community is tearing your asses up every fucking angle. Flat Earth is just a fucking. These guys sit here and talk about fucking flying to outer space. Fuck you, you dumb motherfucker. No, real science,
Hey,
okay?
why are you calling me dumb motherfucker? I'd never called you
Well,
anything bad.
because that's where you are, thinking you can fly. Anybody that even talks about flying
Oh,
out
fuck
there
you,
is a
Steve.
dumb motherfucker.
Fuck you, Steve.
What the fuck? Yeah, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Hey,
I know that. You're like old
the
man. You
game
don't
is over
even
your
care about
head.
anything.
Dude, hey, look, the
Just a
game is
symptom
over
of
your
age.
head. The game is over your head, bro.
Okay.
See, if you don't accept the
Reality
fact,
is over your head. Like
facts, son. See, when you don't land on the moon,
you don't spend the
that
sun
tells
card
me
on me.
yeah, that you didn't land on the moon. Don't forget that, son.
I'm
See,
not
that
your
makes
son.
you kind of that makes you a fool, okay? Just like it
No.
made me. It made me a fool.
No, you're a
I'm
fool
willing.
right now. You're on Discord
Yeah,
arguing
I
with
know that. I know
me.
that's my point I'm making. I'm a
You're
liar.
a fool.
I'm a liar and a fool, just like you.
So
And
you're
I come
lying
out
to
here
me.
with
So then
my
we went.
arrogant ass.
Maybe
I
we
don't come
went
out here with
to
my
space,
arrogance.
right?
Are you done? Or you just
What?
enjoy talking over like you always do?
I thought that we were having a back and forth.
Yeah, but every time I talk, you talk over me.
Okay, speak and then tell me when you're.
Yeah, chill the fuck out, dude.
I mean, it's you gotta chill.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
See, I'm not the one coming in here lying, okay?
Damn, Steve.
I didn't say anything, Steve. What the hell?
What's
Fuck,
up,
how about
Steve?
this? Why do you think Nixon went to the moon?
I don't
And-
give a shit. I didn't say anything. Stop fucking baiting me to everything.
No, I'm just I'm not going to challenge it. Just tell me why. That's all. I'm not going to anything you say. I'm just
Okay. Repeat.
about-
Okay, I'm going to seriously. Okay. So
In your world,
ask me a question.
Okay, in your world, right? Your epistemology is in 1960s, the U.S. federal government went to the moon. Why do you think that?
That's not an epistemology. That's like based on.
Yeah, your worldview, like based on your understanding of reality, you accept this fact to be true because, like,
why we
because
went to
they
space?
said so, yeah, because they said so,
Or
or
to the
something like
moon?
that, right? Or because you believe in space, so therefore, if space is real,
Well,
somebody must have done it.
they could. You know that they could have lied about the moon traveling to the moon, and still everything, all the other facts about space and the moon could also be correct.
Okay, so you believe, like, just so I can reiterate what you said.
Therefore, I'm just saying it's not like a world to believe that the moon that we
You
went.
believe they went to the moon because even if they lied about it, it doesn't matter.
They could have lied about it, and still we could make satellites and go to and send them to space anyway.
What do you think, Steve?
Well,
Does that make sense?
Well, it's
Yeah,
two
I think
separate rockets. It's two different rockets. Like you have one rocket, and they sent it somewhere because it went up there, right? So where did it go? Like did it just disappear? You know? So they sent something up there, and maybe they faked like this, like part about going like actually on the moon. Even if they did that, like sure, okay. I don't think so, but I am not basing like the whole of reality based. I would not base everything on it. Would like my world wouldn't fall apart if they lied about the moon landing.
Yeah, that's why I'm going with here. It wasn't about your whole idea about everything, just this one factor, this one key factor.
Okay. So
So
they
you're not
went
that
to
far away
yeah.
from Steve.
Well, I think I am, because if you ask him more questions, then I think that I think there are like more evidence that they actually went to the moon than that they didn't. If they didn't, I think there were a lot of clever people following them who were in opposition to the United States and actually had interest in them not landing on the moon. But I didn't live back then, so I cannot say that I have personal experience with it. But that's like a fact about like everything in like that has happened a long time ago. You have to weigh it with like the contemporary records at the time, which were telling it how it was, and people told it how it was, and my parents was experienced it live on TV, and there were people like experts who have like a little bit more knowledge than just watching the TV who followed them. Yeah, if there was like a lie, then I guess there were ways to figure that out.
Hey, Crit, I have a question.
Yeah.
So I kind of, well, that Steve A guy kind of came in hot and was kind of a dick about it. Thank you for first, thank you for actually calming it down and talking to Funk like a human. But when I hear you guys talking about moon landings, NASA, space, all these things, now let me give you a hypothetical. If you tell me something and I say, Crit, you're lying, the first thing out of your mouth is, why do you think I'm lying, right?
Yeah, or I'd be like, it's okay because I'm not going to. If that's what you need, if that's what someone would need to say, like, oh, to dismiss everything I'm saying, even if I am lying, there's no foul. I didn't force you to comply. I didn't just say, you know what, I've got you on the side of the road. You were speeding, so get out of your car. Let me smell your car. Let me like look in the trunk. Let me like fondle you for about a half hour.
Well,
And
you're
then,
kind of, I'm not sure why you went there, but
well,
the natural
because that
result
was
was,
the big
well,
news today out of Florida is that
I
the Florida
didn't see
Highway
that.
Patrol has been fondling people for like about 6 months. People are complaining about it, but there wasn't, and they weren't doing anything about it.
Okay,
So
well, I haven't heard it. I haven't heard anything about it, but
okay,
the
what I'm
natural
getting to,
response would be, yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
getting
but
to
the
that
natural,
my lies can't hurt you. Okay,
yeah, but
even if
the
what you
natural,
say is real quick,
but
Sean. Okay,
yeah,
even if
yeah,
what you say is true, everything I just said was a lie. There's no reason to ever ask me anything again. A and B. So what? If I just
okay, but,
if you think I'm bullshitting you, and I mean the government is putting a lot more in the grand scope of everything.
well, no, no,
My
no, 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 no,
bullshit.
no. You're scoping it too far,
Okay.
and this is like a natural reaction beyond that would be, what makes you think I'm lying, correct? If you're trying to convey something.
Oh yeah,
Now,
if you think the person's in good faith, but sometimes a lot of these anti-flat Earth globalists, they're not in good faith. They've already dehumanized the flat earther to the point that it doesn't matter what you say. Everything you say will be used against you. They're just waiting for you to trip up on something so they can spiral, so they can
okay,
trigger out,
now
and then
you
blame
don't
you for it.
you don't think that's what Steve just did to Funk?
I guess so, sure, maybe. But I guess that even if that's the
Okay,
case too, it's still fully explained on flat Earth. On flat
no,
Earth,
no, I get it. No, and you're right. I get it.
okay, I'll accept it. Okay, that's what Steve did.
Hmm?
Then
Okay,
it
now,
makes sense on flat Earth because on flat Earth
okay,
you've got a very small reality. The world is it's a very small and dangerous place. There's no place to go.
You have to fight for everything you want in life or you think is right. So in his worldview, letting Nixon get away with it is more dangerous than just accepting it as, well, it could have been a lie, but who cares? Because it doesn't change anything.
Okay, if that's the case, then let's just say that I have no clue what's going on, and you're explaining to me that Nixon and all that they lied about the moon landing, which, for the record, so no one jumps at me, I have questions about it as well. There are things that don't make sense, but just for the conversation, wouldn't there be an expected list of reasons that show that they're lying about this? Now, lying about stealing guns and lying about fondling and lying about that doesn't mean they lied about the moon landing. Now, my question would be, as someone who hasn't heard the conversation, obviously I've heard it, so hypothetically right now, if I haven't heard it, and I'd say, Crit, can you give me some examples of why you think they're lying about going to space? And so,
do you want me to
what would
do
you
it
say
or
to
not?
that?
Okay.
You know, yeah.
They've lied about everything.
No,
They
okay.
lied right from the
Okay.
very
No,
beginning.
you can't say they lie about everything because that's kind of a blanket statement. I
Yeah,
would
I'm getting
need an
there. It's called
example for you
it's called a
to
qualifier.
understand. Okay.
Yeah. So if I tell you they lie about everything, I could show you almost an unlimited number of things to go with. So
Okay.
my
Let's just
next
go
thing
with
would
one
be
so far for one
they
right
lied
now.
about it being for peace. They said they did
That's
it
not
for
okay.
world.
NASA,
They said they did it for world peace.
that doesn't qualify for them lying about space, because I could see that in the same token as the military doesn't tell us everything they're doing when they're going to Afghanistan. A lot of that reason would be to what do you call it? To keep certain material secret so the other side doesn't find out about it, right? Like they don't tell us when they're going to go invade, because if they tell us, then the enemy will have the same opportunity to find out when and where they're going to attack somebody, correct?
Yeah, there is no more enemies on this Overwatch
No,
understanding
there
of
is.
Earth. No, there's not.
Oh,
When
there's
you're
definitely.
when you're
Okay,
looking
so
at the grand
when
scale,
you talk about NASA and you talk about them being for peace, which is kind of not a this is how they're lying. This is more of an excuse for why they're lying, because obviously they're not military, so they're not declaring war on somebody. So whether it's for peace or not, whether if it's for knowledge or trying to get the upper hand, that has nothing to do with them telling us that they're peaceful, or it's not really for peace. It's actually a reconnaissance mission. That doesn't make a difference of whether or not they're lying, though.
okay, well, this is what they
Right?
said. This is what they did, right? When they went to,
Mhm.
if you believe their story, in July 1969, they put a plaque, like a thing on the moon. It said, "Here, the men from planet Earth set foot upon the moon. We come in peace for all mankind." Okay, so you're
Okay.
like, sure, let's break that sentence down. This is their claim, right? Their claim is they are men and they're from Earth. Okay, that checks out. They set foot on the moon. Okay, July, yep. 1969, yep. Now, they also added AD, which I think is, normally in science you put BCE or ACE or something like that, like before Common Era or after Common Era. You don't use the
Mhm.
before Christ, after death. So that's another
Well,
thing
then,
too. They're already
but that
invoking
at the
Christianity.
same that
Dude,
at the
Sean, I
same
can't
time
get
back
through
then,
it,
what
dude. I'm not
I
even
know,
through the whole.
but at the same time, wouldn't the separation between church and state not a thing yet?
There's never been a separation of church and state.
But it wasn't brought forth to the people that's what they wanted, right?
There's actually a direct connection between church and state, that the state shall not limit the amount of church in your life. They
Okay,
can't do
so
anything
then
about it
why would you limit them to putting that on the plaque?
because it's supposed to be for all humans, not just Christians. So why would
It
they
didn't say,
invoke?
but it didn't say just
AD.
Christians.
AD.
Well, better yet, was Nixon a Christian?
Yeah, I think he's Southern Baptist.
Okay, so at that point, that would be the best choice of words to someone who is a Christian and a president and part of what's going to be said on that plaque, right?
Yeah, which is why the next one, we his we was a very small group of people. He didn't consider anyone else other than American to be we. And then even inside America, it was only kind of right wing Southern Baptists. Everyone else was full. He hated Catholics. He hated
But
liberals, black people,
now,
gays. All these
does
people
this
weren't part of his we.
does this actually tie into a shown lie, or does
Yeah,
it just
because
say that he was that he is very racist and he's separatist? You know, he only meant a small group, but does that show that he's lying, or does that just show that he's that type of person?
yeah, it does both. Because
How?
even his own logic doesn't hold up to my
But you see, you're
understanding.
not. But I know I'm cutting you off, but at the same time, remember, I and I'm completely. This is complete hypothetical, but I have no clue what the fuck's going on, and you're explaining these things to me. Nothing you said so far shows that NASA lies.
Okay, well, this is going back. Did you backslide? Do you realize that NASA is part of the executive branch of the federal government?
No, I get that. I've also talked a lot about the relationship between government and NASA, and how a lot of what NASA did, especially then through the 80s, was based on what the military needs. I understand that, but that's kind of why I'm asking for a actual lie that they've been caught
Von
doing.
Bronner had tight connections with Walt Disney. Like, they worked very closely prior to the whole moon landing.
That still is not a lie. I'm waiting for a known lie.
Right from the very start, Nixon and Eisenhower set up NASA. Right from the very beginning.
No. They were actually NASCA before that.
Yeah,
full
I'm saying
military
when it
outfit.
switched over to NASA, Nixon already had his fingers in the pie.
Yeah,
He
of
was
course.
already. You might not
so
know
you
this.
understand?
Sean,
No, I
you
know
might-
it, and
listen.
I know it, and I fully believe that NASA became NASA so that the military complex would be able to actually get more money from the people and have a reason to have it separate from the government budget, basically. I get that, but all I'm asking for is a known lie that we know about.
Yeah,
Not your
Okay, so
opinion
did
on
they-
what they did and why they did it.
Okay, so number one, if someone tells you they did something for peace and they do anything other than peace, do they lie about it?
Yeah, that was a
Okay,
good
so-
one you brought up yesterday.
So do you
I like
believe
that.
So do you believe?
Hold on, real quick.
Well, no, because I'm having the conversation with Crit,
I understand,
and
but we're all participating, and he mentioned this yesterday. I don't know if you missed it or not, but he specifically mentioned how Russia, China, and America are all in this rat race together, while simultaneously telling everybody that they're trying to further humanity's knowledge upon space, yet
but see,
giving
I
us
understand
threats
that.
of war.
I get that.
Hold on, I'm not done. Excuse me. Yet giving us threats of war here at home. We get threats of nuclear war every fucking year. For how long? While these people are holding hands up in space and in the Antarctic singing Kumbaya, doing science together.
Okay,
But we, the free
again,
people, have to
but
fucking
see,
live
the
in
reason
stress.
the reason I wanted to stay me and Crit, because Crit understands what I'm asking him, and you're jumping in to add more to it, and what that does is take away from the actual conversation.
You want to lie, and we have to paint the picture. It's not going to
You're
come out in a
assuming
single sentence.
again. You're assuming that I think that all these countries hate each other and all this other. Again, you're just assuming right now, and maybe it's because you didn't hear the beginning of the conversation. But trust me, I have a clear understanding of what you're going to say about
This isn't a new
the
conversation.
government. Okay, it was.
This conversation has already been had yesterday. We're experiencing cognitive dissonance right now due to the fact that we've already discussed this multiple days in a row, and here we are once again having the same conversation with somebody that wants to deny the evidence.
So then why are we having any of these conversations? Because I've been here for 6.5 years and I've heard all these conversations 35,000 times. So does that mean everyone should shut? Does that mean everyone should shut the fuck up and stop talking? No, the conversation continues on. That's why the conversation continues on.
You're circle jerking.
Hello.
I'm not circle jerking. Me and Chris were literally having a conversation. You jumped into add more shit to do with it.
Hello. Maybe you have me muted.
I hear you, Rakia.
Yeah, I have you muted, Rakia.
Okay, well, turn me up, and then you be quiet for a second, please, both of y'all. I mean, come on, y'all been here long enough to know this is nonsense. I shouldn't be having to come into your conversation. Two grown men totally
you're right.
getting aggravated and stepping over each other. Please.
Okay. Can me and Crit
Carry on.
continue our conversation? Can me
Go
and
ahead.
Crit continue our conversation?
Everyone can continue their conversations. Just be patient and don't clip. Thanks.
Okay. So Crit, what I understand what you're saying, and I've already made it clear that I understand the ideas of what a lot of them say is complete bullshit. But what I asked for was a known lie that NASA has told us. Comparing the governments and Nixon and all that stuff, it again, as someone who wouldn't know any of this, that's not telling me the lie. You said there's a list. All I asked for is a single example where NASA lied and American people know about it.
Oh yeah, so right from the very beginning, then, if you don't see, for me, right, it would be a disqualifier to say that I came to your house for peace, and the first thing I do is just start beating your dog to death with a baseball bat.
Yeah, but you're not going to come. You're not going to go, hey, I'm going to come over there to kill your dog, and me go, hey, come on over, right? So that's a situation of people. Yeah, people are dishonest, but it's not a known lie that says that discounts everything NASA does. That's like saying our military said they went to Iraq to for the people. Well, we all know they fucking didn't. Does that mean everything the military does is a lie now?
Yeah, it'd be propaganda, right?
Okay,
The reason why they're doing it isn't the reason why they're saying they're doing it.
Okay.
So then, if you ask them, why did you do this? If your first reason was completely false, a lie, what's your real reason for doing it?
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So you're kind of saying because they were misleading, you in your thought pattern, they are misleading at everything.
Yeah, then they won't answer that question. So I'll do my own exploration of other things they've done. And looking at Nixon, there's that one thing he did the whole time he was in office that was ever above board. I can't find one. I've looked for stuff. I'm like, he must have done something that was like, okay, well, sure, I guess that was okay. But no, I mean, this guy took America off the gold standard. He added large amounts of sugar, like sugar added to the food. He expanded the fluoride thing. I mean, this dude had secret enemies lists. The war on drugs. I mean, virtually everything you can think of that's wrong with American federal government, Nixon started that shit. Before Nixon, it wasn't this bad. Then,
that's true.
One more point, okay? One more point is, and then after Nixon leaves, the one thing that's supposed to save everybody, manned spaceflight, abruptly ends. But all the happy horse shit has continued to this day.
Spaceflight didn't end.
Yeah,
they continued on.
1972 is the last time anyone goes on a spaceflight.
Wait, what? What about Challenger and not Challenger? Challenger's a bad example. What about all the shuttle missions?
Yeah, they
that
don't
happened
go to
after
space.
Nixon.
They just go a couple 100 miles up and then turn back around. My understanding, maybe our understanding is different. Okay, I'll explain. I'll qualify.
Okay. Yeah.
If I'm
I
going
see
to go
what
on
you're saying.
vacation, I don't go to the airport, come home, and people say, "Where'd you go?" "Oh, I went to Florida." Well, you're only gone 45 minutes. Well, yeah, I just went to the airport. I got on the plane. The plane taxied around and then dropped me back off of the gate.
Wow. Is a staycation not a thing?
Horrible.
No, but like this idea that somehow that NASA can go 100 miles up.
That's a great analogy, Grit.
They leave Earth, go to Earth, and land on Earth, and tell you they went to space. No, they didn't.
So what is
Earth?
What would you say? What is NASA's definition of space?
It changes all the time. That's
well,
another
they
thing.
say Earth's atmosphere exceeds far past the moon. So I'm assuming that you have to get out of Earth's atmosphere in order to technically be in space, man.
That's not true.
You have a fucking clipping problem, bro. It's like every time I start talking, you think it's time for you to start interrupting me, bro.
Sean, it's really
it's fucking annoying, bro.
Hang on, I'll take care.
Okay, well,
Hang on.
Over Kia. The reason
Just
I do it,
hang
Kia.
on. Just hang on 1 second. Please, everyone else doesn't need to tell him that. I'm listening also, and when mods are here, just be aware, Sean. I mean, we've talked about it before. Just get it
Yeah,
cited.
I know I do it, man.
Yeah, take a break.
It's just the fact. Yeah, you're right. The only reason I did
Going to a